memory is stolen. Torn away. It breeds anger. And a person might do anything to restore what was once cherished. Even if they're not certain why it mattered so much. How far would you go to remember? And are you prepared for what you may discover?
Spaghetti, I'm a yay, big boss, rock steady, really heavy, sending shots and they deadly. Come and get me, a penguin could never test me. Yeah, a penguin could never check me. Flying high in my chopper, he can't even fly in a tree. Alpine inside. Alpine, 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 Alpine.
when a memory is stolen, torn away. It breeds anger. And a person might do anything to restore what was once cherished. Even if they're not certain why it mattered so much. How far would you go to remember? And are you prepared for what you may discover?
Like spaghetti, I'm a yay, big boss, rock steady, really heavy, sending shots and they deadly. Come and get me, a penguin could never test me. Yeah, a penguin could never check me. Flying high in my chopper, he can't even fly in a tree. Alpine inside. Alpine, 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 Alpine.
memory is stolen. Torn away. It breeds anger. And a person might do anything to restore what was once cherished. Even if they're not certain why it mattered so much. How far would you go to remember? And are you prepared for what you may discover?
Like spaghetti, I'm a yay, big boss, rock steady, really heavy, sending shots and they deadly. Come and get me, a penguin could never test me. Yeah, a penguin could never check me. Flying high in my chopper, he can't even fly in a tree. Alpine inside. Alpine, 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 Alpine.
memory is stolen. Torn away. It breeds anger. And a person might do anything to restore what was once cherished. Even if they're not certain why it mattered so much. How far would you go to remember? And are you prepared for what you may discover?
Spaghetti, I'm a yay, big boss, rock steady, really heavy, sending shots and they deadly. Come and get me, a penguin could never test me. Yeah, a penguin could never check me. Flying high in my chopper, he can't even fly in a tree. Alpine inside. Alpine, 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 Alpine.
memory is stolen. Torn away. It breeds anger. And a person might do anything to restore what was once cherished. Even if they're not certain why it mattered so much. How far would you go to remember? And are you prepared for what you may discover?
Like spaghetti, I'm a yay, big boss, rock steady, really heavy, sending shots and they deadly. Come and get me, a penguin could never test me. Yeah, a penguin could never check me. Flying high in my chopper, he can't even fly in a tree. Alpine inside. Alpine, 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 Alpine.
memory is stolen. Torn away. It breeds anger. And a person might do anything to restore what was once cherished.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the start of something new, something amazing. This is the Free Fire Challenger Philippines, where we have got all of these teams, Neptune, fighting for 1 million pesos on the line, my friend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 1 million pesos on the line. That's a lot of moolah right now to talk about, AJ. And I'm pretty sure these guys are excited to get that and get a chance to take that win. Because these guys, the teams who will be playing right here in the Free Fire Challengers Philippines, has prepared for a few months to jump in on this, and 18 teams will be shown right now all throughout the day, battling it out. And this is where we find out who will show up on first day. Like we keep saying, the first day is more of a warm-up, but this is where we see more of the aggressiveness and as well as the tactics to unfold, AJ.
It's the day where, you know, some of these teams, they're going to go out there, they're going to collect a lot of information for themselves, and they're going to be trying to establish dominance out there on those maps as well. For today, we will have Bermuda as well as Kalahari in the mix. And of course, together with these 18 teams, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, my name is Mustachio AJ, down here with the one and only Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, to bring you guys all of the hottest action. We will be your host of the battlefield, and we will be your shoutcasters on that map itself. So you're going to be sticking on with us for the whole day here, Neptune.
Yeah, and here we go, guys. Because this is the Free Fire Challenger Philippines, we'd like to thank everyone who organized this, as well as the sponsors that we have in here. AJ, we have Infinix Mobile, the official sponsor of Free Fire Challenger Philippines, and fire up your game with Infinix best-selling gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 11S.
Yeah, absolutely right, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Once again, the Free Fire Challenger Philippines is sponsored by Infinix Note 11S, a powerful smartphone with the Helio G96 Ultra gaming processor. And you can fire up your game and get this right now for just pesos 9,990. That is awfully cheap, isn't it, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, I can buy
120
it.
frames for under 10,000 pesos, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite surprising to have it and that cheap price. I mean, you won't find it on other phones, and it's only on Infinix Note 11S. So, for those of you who have it there, I'm willing to fire up your game and jump into the battle, go ahead and get one.
Absolutely. Now, of course, we have got all of those teams gearing up in the background, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. A lot of anticipation in here as well. You guys are here not just to watch the action, not just to learn the new metas from all of these pros, but you're also in here to support your teams, to support, you know, each and every single one of your friends. So let us know in the comment section exactly which one of those squads are you in here to support, because we have got 3 groups, just like Neptune has already introduced them earlier on, not the names, but 18 teams in the mix, and a lot of those 18 teams, new names in here this time around. But you know, some with the new names, but those players are very, very recognizable, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, familiar. Once we have them showing up on the screen, I'm pretty sure you might be surprised as who these teams are. But once we jump into the battle, you'll be able to find out who they are, because we are going to point it out as well, AJ. I know that will be a good conversation, especially the tactics that we've seen from them back then. And if there will be something new right now, something more of the talking points that we have in these games.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, as of course the meta progresses in here for the Free Fire Pro scene itself, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we want to see exactly which one of these teams are able to adapt to it the best, right? And what are they fighting for? Once again, 1 million pesos on the line. And for the league stage, Neptune, each and every single one of these 18 teams, they will be able to take something home. And now, of course, as you guys can see, we have the first place with 75,000 pesos, second spot spot with 50,000 pesos, third spot with 25,000 pesos. And I know you're wondering, why in the world is that first spot as well as second spot so close to each other, right? Well, this is just for
Yeah.
the league stages.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the league stages, this is, you might be able to go second and third and not really realize that you are not winning that much. But once we
Yeah.
go in further into the series, that's where
Mhm.
you'll be able to find out what the real battle is for. But as we go in, we have a fifth to eighth in there who will be getting 10,000 pesos. Ninth up until the 10th will be taking 7,500. 11 to 14 will be taking 5,000 pesos. And 15 to 18, 2,500 pesos. Like what AJ mentioned, everyone playing in this game, all the teams playing this game will be getting prizes from the league stages, AJ.
Yeah, so nobody goes home empty-handed. But to the top 12 teams that managed to go in here and prove themselves, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is exactly what they will be able to go in for and fight. Because at the grand finals, one day, 6 rounds, and everything will be decided. And now, when you look at the difference between the first and second spot this time round, yes, my friend, you see a huge difference, don't we, Neptune?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the difference of the first of 500,000 against the second, which is 150,000, though it's still big, is a huge difference, definitely. So hopefully these teams are fighting for that first place, or I know they're fighting for their first place. What I'm talking about, AJ? What am I talking about?
Well, you can fight for it as much as you want. Whether or not you will be able to get it is not just up to, your own hard work, but based on the performance of your opponents as well. And that's exactly what we are in here to discover on day number 1, Neptune, isn't it? I mean, that's exactly what the teams want for themselves. They want to collect all of that information, especially where are those favorite drop zones and what can they get comfortable with. But they can't get too comfortable with it because we know the format of Free Fire Pro scenes, right? Halfway through, we get the shuffle of those groups, and then things are turned into chaos once again. And of course, as usual, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here's your point system. And in terms of the placement, yes, those points are going to be extremely essential. But if you want to keep up with the best of the best, those skills, each and every single one, will give you 1 point, and that most definitely is needed, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we keep saying all throughout other tournaments as well for Garena Free Fire that it's a balance of the points or the kill points as well as the placement points that they need to get that sweet spot to be able to get the placement that they need, especially when they're planning to jump in onto the grand finals, AJ.
Yeah, and you need to play the game of balance. For example, if you're going over aggressive at the first round, you are able to pick up a lot of kills. But if you can't really bag a lot of those placement points, you want to be able to slow down, just assess your surroundings a little bit more and try to take all of your fights in that final zone. Just play for placement as much as possible, right? And of course, we have seen some of those teams that really focus in on those placement points, but really don't pop off with those skills as they are a little bit too conservative and they kind of suffer at the end as well. And yes, I do agree with you, Neptune. It has been a big conversation between us for a long time now. The balance between those placement points as well as the kill points. And of course, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, here are the qualified teams. Group A has Ego Oblivions, Govilum Views, Monkey Tribe, No Fear, Rev Aeolus, as well as VPH Velocity.
And for Group B, we have AKO Likers, Bloody Heads, Equinox, New Gen, The Vindicators, and Who's Next. And that's just Group A and B. And I think that will be the first set of groups that will be fighting it out. But later on, we're going to see Group C as well, AJ.
Absolutely, man. Of course, we've got AV Crusaders, Axis, Black Angel, EVA Radicals, Vete Esports, as well as Fraud WYS. Vete Esports definitely, might seem like a new brand to you guys, but later on when you see their roster and the players behind them, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to start smiling ear to ear. I cannot wait to see the Kobe's that come out from their MVP player. But, I've got my eyes on AKO Ligers as well. I have been absolutely missing Jaboywa's place, and I want to see exactly what that guy has got in store for us today, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these teams, like what we mentioned, familiar names that we've seen all throughout other tournaments. We are excited to see how well they've grown into this fight, especially jumping into the Free Fire Challenger Philippines. There are a lot of comments that put out already for the teams for them to improve. And I think there's a chance for them to put it into play, because it was quite a few months before when other tournaments happened, and this is a chance for them to apply everything that we have said. But speaking of the fights that will be happening, this is the schedule that we have. And to start it off, match number 1 will be played in Bermuda, and this will be Group A and B. And match number 2, again, Group A and B, this will be played in Kalahari, AJ.
Yep, and of course, we'll go through those rotations of maps in the exact same method, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It'll be Group B versus C for the second set, and the final set will be Group A versus C. In total, each and every single group, each and every single team, they will have to play 4 matches in here. So 4 opportunities to collect this information as well as establish dominance on day number 1 in here. It's going to be really important. It's also going to be setting their pace for the rest of the competition. Some of those teams are going to be falling back. We are going to be seeing some of those who rise up to the top. But, it's also not really great to pop off early on, Neptune, because a lot of expectations, a lot of pressure is then on your shoulders. And when you start waning off your performance later on or halfway through the competition, it really takes a toll on your own ego as well, right? On the mental state of the team. So I don't know if or not the big winners for today are going to be truly big winners for the rest of the competition. See, for example, we've got 3 teams in here to watch: VPH Velocity, AKO Ligers, as well as EVA Radicals. And I'm just surprised we are not looking at Beijing Esports as well. But, these 3 teams definitely worth us keeping our eyes on, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are teams to watch, and from other days you might be seeing different teams, because this is more of how they performed previously on other tournaments. And this might change, because teams to watch are teams that you need to watch out for if they are performing well. Or most of the MVPs will be coming from here if they'll be able to pull it off. Like VPH Velocity, AKO Ligers. You did mention AKO Ligers from Jiboywa, and EVA Radicals. So the Radicals, the Radical play, we're waiting for them as well. So that's probably why they are the teams to be watching out for this series.
Oh, absolutely, man. Tanamo as well as Barba, that's a deadly combo. You've got Ramiel in the mix as well for EVA Radicals. And that's just it. Today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one thing we can guarantee you is you guys are going to have a lot of fun on this broadcast. So don't forget, hit that like and make sure you share the stream out as well to all of your friends, to all of those Free Fire groups, so we get as many eyes on these players as we can, right? And once again, if you are just joining us, let us know in the comments as to which is the team you are supporting and who do you think is going to be able to rise up to the top in here today. Neptune, do you have a prediction for round number 1?
Round number 1 is real difficult to predict, because it's more of a warm-up, like what I mentioned. Like we keep saying earlier, but it's more of a warm-up. We might not be seeing any aggressiveness or real tactics right here, but for round number 1, I might be going for AKO Ligers. I mean, they are part of Group B. I might be taking that away from you. You did mention that already, but we'll have to see if they'll be able to make that play.
I love that pick. AKO Ligers, definitely one of those teams I've got my eyes on. Bloody Head, my friend, they are here. I am a huge fan of Bloody Head. They used to perform pretty badly, man. they used to perform pretty badly, but it's all about how much of fight these boys have in themselves, right? And it has just been that train of constant improvement that they've been on, and I cannot wait to see what they have for us here in the FFCP. And if they are able to get into game number 1 or game number 2 and pull a booyah in here for themselves and immediately put themselves, perhaps on the top 5 or the top 10 within day number 1, I wouldn't be surprised at all, because once again, they have been on the consistent train of improvement, and you don't really see them waning off. I mean, even at the previous competition where we had the pleasure of shoutcasting on some of their games, right? It was those micro adjustments that they were doing within those days itself of games. They had 4 games to play. Each and every single round, you do see them coming back in there with a little bit of a cover or trying to recover whatever they've lost in the previous matchup. Now, let me explain that a little bit. We talked about the balance of points, right, Neptune? The placement points as well as the kill points. And you can see them, pulling back. And when they've got too little points there, then you really see them popping off on that following round, right? Super aggressive, trying to get the kills. Doesn't favor them a lot. Sometimes things go wrong. But that's exactly what I love about them. It's not just that one single flavor that comes out of the team all the time.
Yeah, and it's not just impulsive adjustments. I mean, it's adjustments wherein they failed from the previous matches or previous matches that they played in, and then they made those, whether it's the same round or the round next, those adjustments, those teams really that are growing all throughout the day and the series, those are the teams that we really love. We're not saying that they're the underdogs, but they are the teams who has a lot that might be coming in, moving forward, and up until the end of the league stages, probably grand finals, because you will see them grow. And this is where we are here from. This is where we tell you this story, not just shout, cast, what's happening, just the gunshots and the fires and who's getting killed and all. We like to give you the story and what's happening with these teams from day one up until the end.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, a quick update for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. There's just one more team that's not in the lobby just yet, hence why we can't kick the games off. But, it gives us more opportunity, a little bit more time to get a few more eyes on this broadcast. So if you are just joining us, do not forget to hit that like, join us in the comment section, and make sure you share this stream out. Make sure you share this broadcast out onto your Facebook pages, share it out into those groups as well. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you take this link and share it out onto all of your socials. Call all of your Free Fire friends, man. I mean, get into your WhatsApp groups and tell them that, this is going on. Because not only are you able to witness the best of best Free Fire action from the Philippines, you'll also be able to learn some of the things that you should be doing in your games and some of the things that you really shouldn't be doing in these matches. I mean, because we've seen some crazy mistakes being done in the past, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, craziness. Well, we're talking about the Filipinos here. So the Challenger Philippines really is a chance for the craziness of the Filipinos to pop up. So yes, there are some crazy mistakes, but hopefully they will have them corrected. And also, like what AJ mentioned, this is a chance for you to learn more about the game, how the pros do it. And I'm really grateful on having broadcasts just like this, because a chance for us to review what happened or what will be going on and in the future. And you did mention about the information gameplay, so this is where it comes. So for those of you who want to know more about the game and what the metas are and what tactics will work in your RGs, well, go ahead and like and share the stream, guys, because we are about to see 6 matches tonight of the battle, and a lot of information will be gathered, not just by the teams, but you as well as the viewers.
We've talked about the teams that we want to keep our eyes on in terms of who we think might be able to pull the booyah. But, who do you think is the underdog of this first matchup, Neptune? We've got a few names in here, but we've also had the opportunity to watch them, go in for a scrim whilst we were, on the test broadcast yesterday, right? So we saw some of this action from some of these players, and we see some, I guess, promise from a couple of these teams here. Are there any underdogs that you're looking forward to seeing it perform?
Well, from some of the scrims that we've seen in there, Axis do have some potential to go in for the battle, because they know how to make their way into some of the engagement, choosing the fight, like when to back off, when to move in. It's just that I think they need to be more familiar on how well they can work out in this tournament, but we'll have to find out further, because the map is on, and this is Bermuda, AJ, and this is the beginning of the Free Fire Challenger Philippines.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are excited. We hope you are ecstatic. We will try to see how these players feel in the game, right? Because it always tells whether or not they're nervous, whether they are absolutely confident with some of their plays in here. It's the very first one, right? So once again, scouting mission, but at the same time, you don't really want to fall behind as you're collecting that information right now. Do you want to make sure that you are getting the top 5 at the very least? Because anything can happen in the competition. And the more of those points that you have from the early get-go, the better a position you will have overall in the competition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good thing as well that we're starting off in Bermuda because everyone knows this map. So at this point, they'll be able to find out. They're familiar with the map already. They're familiar of their game style. It's more of the information that they will be gathering from the other teams. And as we look into the map right now, we have several teams already on top of each other. This is Wheels and Rev, who has jumped in just on the east of, on the west of Clock Tower, and near them is VPH of Velocity. So this is one team, one set of teams that might be fighting it off. We also have No Fear, who is nearing AKO, and they're in the middle of the map all throughout the peak. So we'll have to find out further as to who will be going down first, or is anyone peeling off from this battle, AJ?
Yeah, I'm not very comfortable with the way Auto Knockout's just holding the compound at the moment, because at any moment they are going to get jumped, right? And the moment either side hears a couple of gunshots, you know it's going to be a three-way party, and Auto Knockout will be sandwiched in the middle. Overall, it's just not great news for them. Views, on the other hand, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, and Balori back in the house. So cannot wait to see exactly what they have got in store for us. And right in front of them are the one and only Rev Aeolus. And it's going to be 1-2, taking a couple of shots from Sentino. Sentino gives away his location, but nothing for him to worry about. It's not like the other players are going to come in here for the rush. Perhaps there's just a little bit of a bait put out by Sentino just to tease the players on the side of Rev to see exactly what will their response be. Neptune.
Yeah, it's a little bit of bold move as well for Santino, because as we look in the minimap on the upper left, the rest of the teams of Wheels is a little bit too far. So I think they're just baiting them in, and I'm not quite sure about the plan, but we'll have to find out further, because Embalore right now, well, we know how Embalore is proficient on the sniper. He might be able to get that kill from that far away, but it's more of the information gameplay, or probably they're luring them out, finding out how many is in that compound where Santino was firing at. And it was just a 1-2 that he saw, and the rest of the teams of Reb was just looting up and hiding in. And Sneaks right now is quite a curious flank coming in from Sneaks. A long flank coming from Sneaks, and they're sneaking in from the side.
I absolutely love exactly what Sneak is doing. And now Rev, they are trying to reposition in the situation as well. And I'm afraid they are going to get into a better position in comparison to Sneak. So I'm really curious as to how that particular play is going to pan out for the side of Views. I don't like it. I don't like splitting up unless, you are going to be super confident that you can bag, multiple kills all on your own, right? Because even in the current meta, we have seen that, once you get knocked down, you're a little bit too far away from your teammates. There's very little chance for you to get picked right back up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's also a sign wherein it might be a loss of communication, but here we go, VPH in there. Oh, Janelle right now, just riding in between Wheels, who was just gathering up and staying alive in there, gathering information as we keep saying, and Janelle will be going back with their teammates. And, well, that is information for VPH, but I think it is also Rev who will take advantage of that, because they know that there are several teams right here. If Rev was planning to go in and rush Wheels earlier, they might be backing off and holding that off, going for the third party until the perfect timing has been met.
Absolutely, man. Now, Rev, they are not really going to go in there and get over aggressive. They now know that VPH is in the vicinity as well. Views will be backing away from Rimnam, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They have detected the next safe zone, and they don't really have to go in here for the rush. And elsewhere, I'm quite surprised to see that Auto Knockout has gotten out of that very sticky situation quietly, and now they are holding a compound on their own. Nobody really went in there for the punish. Passive gameplay is coming out from not just some of the teams, every single team out here in round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it is expected. This is the first day, the first match of the series, and we keep talking about the information gameplay. I mean, getting all those information, like the drop spot. Is it safe to go in for our usual drop spot? That is, I think, what's in mind of Auto Knockout earlier, but they found out, well, not really the hard way. They were able to sneak away from that battle, and at least they know that some of the teams will be taking that area, and for the next match that they'll be jumping in on Bermuda, they will be backing off. But the dynamics of this game, especially in battle royale, is really surprising because not
Mm.
all of the teams stick to one place and a drop point,
Yeah.
but they also choose other drop points as well. So it's more
Yeah.
of how well you make those adjustments all throughout the round.
Yeah, exactly. And then sometimes, just sometimes, I know because, and I'm sure you know this too, Neptune, we both love
Yeah.
battle royales. Sometimes you just like a certain place. You just like that drop zone, and you're just so used to looting up in that area, and you don't want to give up on it, right? And we know the team Bloodyhead, they used to be a team like that. And it didn't really
Yeah.
pan out for them, in the best of ways in the past. And they've been doing those adjustments. They've been trying to switch up their plays each and every single time they go in, round after round these days. But I still feel like some of these teams, as they try to go in there and force some of these drops, it just might put them in a better position at the early stages of the competition, because you might just have the upper hand. Not might, you definitely have the upper hand if you're comfortable in a certain location in a gunfight. You know each and every single nook and cranny of this area. You've taken so many of these fights in there because it's always your hot drop when you get into the game. But you want to be able to switch your drops after a couple of rounds as well. You don't really want to be sticking to that, and you want to have more than one of those favorite drops. And as you go into these maps, as you go into these rounds, and you face off against these groups, you want to figure out exactly which one of your opponents have the exact same mindset. And that's exactly where the assessment comes through, right? Because sometimes you know that you've got an opponent who keeps dropping there, and those are easy 4 kill points for you, Neptune. Because you know you can get those kills. But sometimes you get killed, and you have that blind confidence that you can seek revenge, and you continuously make those mistakes round after round. And we have seen some teams fall into that trap as well.
Yeah, I mean, not quite sure if it's a team feud or anything, but yeah, crazy that they still stick to that drop despite of how poorly they worked that game, especially on a specific drop points wherein a certain team just keeps putting them down, eliminating them earlier on, or probably losing one of their members earlier on, wherein it makes it difficult for them to get a good placement as well as a good kill points, because just on the first few seconds you'll have to adjust your gameplay because you already lost 1 out of 4 of your team.
Yeah.
So those like things that you need to learn, and we mentioned that earlier as well, the adjustments within the game as well as within the series, that's what we love to watch. And those who doesn't learn, really, we still love to watch them, but most of the time it's just to laugh at them if they still make the same mistakes.
Exactly, man. Because, hey, unfortunately, when some people just do not learn from their mistakes, you just gotta go with the flow. You just gotta take it as they are helping you crack a couple of extra jokes on screen. You just gotta help them out in that way, man. Now, auto knockout, they are in a situation where no X fear, I believe. Is that no X fear? My
Yeah.
goodness me, I need to fix my eyes.
Yeah, it's no X Fear who's
Are they okay?
right and right onto that side road on the side of Puccino.
Yeah. Okay, now let's see if or not they will be able to get the snuff onto auto knockout. Because let me tell you this, man. Dyron, if he picks up the double vectors, you cannot rush him. You cannot take those close range combat with him. You have to attack auto knockout from afar and make sure those snipes really, really hit. And if you still have Dyron alive, stay away from the team. Do not approach unless you've got a couple of grenades, man, because close range combat, Dyron is an absolute monster. And I think you know that as well, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll be saying 2v1 against Dyron, go ahead and take down one of your teammates as well. That's a good idea with a grenade. At least you'll be able to take down Dyron and then just pick up your teammates. Because if you are going to go in there against Dyron with the double vector, you might be auditioning, going back to the lobby, just waiting in there for the whole match to finish. We've seen that, but hopefully we'll see more of that as well. We might be saying some stuff right here, especially for the viewers right now who are not aware, because we are really excited on how these teams are going to show those tactics as well as the skills that they've shown us from previous matches and the scrimmages that we've seen so far, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, some of you guys are just bored with Neptune and I just blabbering on again, on and on and on. Unfortunately, there's just no action, man. 48 players still alive on the map, but we are about to see something. Embalore sees Mark, and he pulls out the glue wall just in the nick of time. One more glue wall popped out by Mark, but there's going to be a 2-on-1 situation. Here comes Santino as well. Mark on the ground, and bloody head. Fast blood, finally, after 10 minutes and 45 freaking seconds, Neptune.
And here we go. We have Wiz right now going against Cryfu as well. And, well, Bloody Heads, we were trying to commend them as well and how well they learn. But there's just two players who's out in the open. And where are the rest of the teams? And now, it's quite surprising as well. Earlier, while we were chatting, we saw Wheels who went in swimming onto the edge of this circle, of the safe zone. So they just went around from that far, going away from Rev and going here just to get those 2 kills. And right now, getting the kill leader. So good play indeed for Wheels, another team to watch out for on how well they make those rotations and how familiar they are with this map.
Yeah, I love the play by Views. I just think they got a little lucky there. I don't know what got into the heads of Bloody Head. Perhaps it was that information gameplay that we were talking about earlier on as well. Maybe they thought they could take the risk of going in for a very early split and still being able to get information not from one area, but 2 areas, right?
Yeah.
I wish them the best of luck. I mean, it's a game of numbers at the end of the day, Neptune. 4 versus 2, you're not going to stand much of a chance. And Views were in a position where Embalore just caught the view of an opponent right in front of him. Santino was right behind. It was just a GG situation in there. There's nothing Bloody Head could do in a situation like that. They just got jumped. And Views didn't even force anything there. They just went with the flow.
Yeah, I think it's more of the complacency as well for Bloody Heads because they know they are edge of that hill. And as we can see, before that engagement happened, Embalor was just hopping through that side of the hill, trying to go in for that kill. I don't think they're expecting Bloody Head's Mark to be there as well.
Yeah.
But the moment that he saw it, he took the opportunity, and he knows he has backup right behind him. So go in for the push, go in for the takedown, and then spotted another one on the other side. And it's just Bloody Heads making that mistake of splitting up early into this game. Though it's boring, it's still the best way. The best way is to stick together and find out how your teams or the other teams are positioned, and then you apply all those adjustments afterwards once you have all those information.
Yeah, Auto Knockouts is super lucky with the danger zone, aren't they? just at the very edges of the danger zone, and they can watch out for who's trying to escape this danger zone now, potentially gatekeep the situation as well. You have got Ego from the back firing off against a couple of opponents right in front of them. We don't really know exactly who that could be. It will be Bloody Head with Morgana. I don't really know exactly what Bloody Heads will be able to pull out of the situation. But, the place where Ego's holding on to right now, the Watchtower, not the best of places to be in as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of fails in there, but here we go. We have Maisan right now, who was all ready to jump off from that watchtower and trying to go in against VPH Velocity. Now, VPH has already a good position right now, and the height advantage usually is a good place to go in for those hits, but we know that it's easy for to be shot in the head once you only have your shoulders and your head showing in this game. But speaking of being taken down, there goes one of the members of Bloody Heads, and I think another one is being rushed right now, and there goes the first eliminated team of Bloody Heads will be taken out, AJ.
Now let's see if or not the rest of them will be able to step up instantaneously. Ego with Jacob down on the ground. They've managed to pick him up already. Views coming in there for the push, and what a grenade launcher! Knocks down 3 guys all at the same time, and Jay now responsible for picking up one of his man, and I believe it's going to be Jacob right in front of him, but here comes Views for the snub, and Ego, the second team to get eliminated.
Oh my goodness. That was 3 down with the 1 grenade right now. And we're talking about who's next right here, where Hawkeye Yi has already been taken out and eliminated. 1 left. And Kalasag will be taken down as well. And there we have VPH Bintana with those snipes against VDR. Now, the positioning right now of VDR is not really very good because in a few, they might be feeling the safe zone right there, and we have wheels at the bottom of this building as well. BPH hasn't moved that much. They need to go away and take a different route right here, otherwise they might be taken down, AJ.
Yeah, this is a field day for VPH right now. I mean, you've just got VDR running across the open field, multiple snipers on the side of VPH. They just need to just line them up, knock them down one after the other. 10 minutes of no action at all, and then back-to-back absolute craziness in the very first lobby, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Hit that like, hit that share as well. Views in a sticky situation right in front of them. They have got Infinix as well. They have to be really careful. Coming in for the rotation, it will be none other than New Gen, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Rev right there in front. Sorry, Rev, not New Gen, Rev right in front of them, and they might just be able to set VPH up. If Rev can get this information and wait for them to jump off of the top of the roof, they might be able to catch them off guard, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done. And there goes Vindicator being taken down. That's one member who has been stuck outside of the safe zone. It's easier said than done for BPH right now because once they jump in from the side, they might be losing some of the HP, and then Wheels will be feeding off on that play. Now, if they go in below with using those stairs, they might be caught off guard as well because Wheels is just moving in closer from behind, and we have Equinox on still from the outside being shot at by Bintana, and they're going in for the safe zone gameplay, going in onto the edge, but Bintana is not giving them the chance.
No, the safe zone's just dragging all of these players out of their safe haven, and now VPH, they are right up on top. Binada just following right behind Janelle, Faithan right behind them as well, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. They want to get the lower grounds, and they don't want to take that blind jump from the top, right? Which is exactly what we were discussing. It would put them in a very terrible situation, and Views might be able to take advantage. Instead, they take the slow route, they turn around. Janelle Faithan on the ground, Retus has to recover. Final player in here, and no, they will get knocked down because of Embalore as well as his supreme grenade launcher. Views just eating everyone up, and this is exactly what we were talking about as well, Neptune, as to how they will be the biggest winners as they hold down the lower ground. And now Embalore with 5 kills in his hands at the moment. Wiz going in there for those snipes, pulls out a double glue wall, grenade right in front of them. Santino has got their backs covered as well, and Views are in a prime position to get this win. But Diffusal knocks down Santino, and Balore comes back in there with the response of the grenade launcher, and this is just turning out into all-out chaos now, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And here comes Wiz right now for the push, going in and taking one down. But Embalore will be going in for the pickup against Santino. And Santino right now rushing despite of having half HP. But this is still a good advantage because weakening that enemy. We have Xiao and Embalore going in 1v1. And there we go! Embalore going in kill, taking down the opposing team. And the first booyah of today goes into Govelam Will.
Oh, Govelam Views, and it looks like the grenade launcher most definitely is one weapon every single team out there will be looking to pick up in this current season as well, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. In perfect display by Embalore, they most definitely took over that final circle. I mean, it's all about positioning from the get-go, right? Not holding on to the high spot like VPH. I wasn't a huge fan of that. And VPH, yes, they did try to go downstairs. They did try to get to those lower levels, but Views already had the information because VPH, they were taking the shots right above them. They've already given away their position early on in that circle. And, you know, things just played out very, very badly for them. But Govelam Views, on the other hand, with the assistance of the grenade launcher, just made the most out of that situation, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite surprising. It's the flank that they did, trying to get away from that fight earlier on from Rev, and then they went in against Bloody Heads. They waited for BPH Velocity, and you were right. If BPH Velocity have moved earlier, they might have a chance, but they might be weighted by Equinox, who's out in the open, so they might use that fence as their cover, but we have Wills in there. So it's a more of once you stick on one location and already give out your location from the enemy team. You just need to find a way to go out of your way and find a
Yeah.
different placement, because
Correct.
that will be happening to you. VPH was just
Yeah.
waited in there the moment that the zone closes, and one of their final member was taken out by the zone, as well as with the damage from the grenade. So
Yeah.
those things that we keep saying are points to consider for the next round that these teams will be playing. So we're more of giving you or giving the teams and the viewers as well our perspective on how the teams can make those plays and make it work if they will be able to do so.
I'm just wondering what was in the heads of Bloody Head, right? What were they thinking with their positioning? What were they thinking with that play? What sort of information, collecting journey were they on? I'm really curious. Obviously we don't really get to have a interview segment with them, but if I have that opportunity, that will be my question for them, right? Because it was just a very questionable play. Views, on the other hand, they bagged the first blood onto Bloody Head because of that unfortunate situation. Mark got caught out, and Wiz with the amazing plays turning into a bush. And he didn't do that once. It's twice in just this one round that he has just pulled out that play, tricking the enemy, just pulling their crosshairs away, not taking a lot of damage, and then popping right back out, snuffing them down. It's just amazing plays coming out of Wiz with his setup right now, probably sparking off a lot of ideas with some of our viewers in here as well as to how they can take some of their matches, right? But overall, it was an amazing setup by Views, and it was more possible. Okay, the win was just more possible because of Embelore, as well as the grenade launcher that he had in his hand. And it's not just this season. It's not just this competition, in the competitions of the past as well. The grenades, and more, importantly, the grenade launcher brings a huge impact into these lobbies, especially into that final zone, Nephew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the damage that we've seen, the grenades and the grenade launcher has done. OMG. I mean, we've seen 3 knockdowns already earlier. That was just a start. That was just day number 1 and match number 1. But what more if these teams know already the rotations of the other team, the positioning, and where they are hanging, especially on close quarter, like houses and compounds. When you use those utilities that well, like what we've seen from other teams, then this is going to be a real party, AJ.
Oh, absolutely, man. And I want to see that happen, but I'm quite confident it's not going to be a situation like that until we potentially get into match number 3 or something, right? Because these players are still super duper passive. I mean, how often do we see a free fire match go by 10 minutes, 45 seconds without any kills whatsoever? That was the first blood, Mark with that unfortunate positioning. And thinking of that, Bloody Head, if only they hadn't split up and positioned themselves so awkwardly, we might have just gone on a little bit longer without any encounters whatsoever. But ever since Mark went down, that was pretty much the kickoff. It was the flag that just started each and every single battle out there on the battlefield, because within the next 3 minutes we saw the loss of 6 of the teams. Half of the teams just got wiped out back to back to back, and through all of that, Views, they were still in a prime position, and they were picking up those skills once again because of the grenade launcher. And someone just needs to find a solution for this, right? And perhaps that solution will be found with a little bit of better positioning on Kalahari, because you know exactly how the map works, Neptune. A lot of high mountainous areas, and positioning is just going to be key all throughout this map as that circle moves from zone to zone, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what BPH Velocity was doing earlier might be more effective in this game, because they might be able to get a higher advantage. And this is what we're talking about. This is where Wills went in for that hit against Bloody Head's Mark. And this is the rest of the teams being gunned down, being pinched by other teams as well. So losing that much, half of your team earlier into the game, is really, really very difficult. Thus, you might be taken out earlier. And this is where VPH, the positioning right now, they've already missed the opportunity to get away from that fight, and VPH has been taken down the moment that they went down from that rooftop, and they have been eliminated, leaving us with 3 AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Equinox, of course, they tried their very best at the final circle to go in there with a good fight, but I am not a huge fan of the way Equinox is taking this fight, right? Because they've managed to get into that final zone, but I want to pay attention to how many kills Equinox had in that final zone, right? They only had 2 kills, and then they got knocked out of the equation. I don't know if they managed to pick up the 3rd kill, but of course, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, let's take a quick peek at the round standings in here. Go Willem Views at the very top in that number 1 position with 27 points as they pick up 15 kills overall. VPH Velocity sneaks into that 2nd spot, and this is why I was mentioning, Neptune, that I wasn't really happy with the way they were taking that fight, because Equinox, they only got 2 kills overall, way too passive. And if this is exactly how they're going to be playing, they are going to be falling down the ladder very, very soon. So you need a little bit of that balance of aggression as well. AKO Ligas doing quite all right this time around with the 3rd spot, 11 points, and of course equalizing that with the team Equinox, who initially got the 2nd position. And of course Vindicators in that 5th spot with 9 points, Neptune.
Yeah, and Reviolo's right there, 0 kill points, but a good placement of 7. And despite of having the opportunity to go in for the kill earlier for Wills, Santino was able to show their position. They didn't go in for the rush. It was really all passive all throughout the start or the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Monkey Tribe, on the other hand, wasn't seeing that much, but they were able to get 4 placement points and 2 kill points and a total of 6. New Gen with a total of 4, balancing it out 2 out of 2. And Who's Next with 3 placement point, 1 kill points, and a total of 4 as well. Ego Oblivions when 1 of each on the placement and the kills, and Bloody Heads and No X Fear getting nothing from this game. And hopefully these teams, especially the ones at the bottom half of this ranking, will be able to learn more of what happened and change it already, because going in on a different map and on this series, AJ, it will be another set of information getting, because they need to get more of positioning of the other teams right now, and failing from the first one, if you don't make those adjustments quickly, you might be failing on the second one as well.
Yeah, Rev Aeolus as well. I see the intention that teams like Equinox as well as Rev Aeolus are playing in here at the moment. They don't want to get over aggressive. They want to pick up on those placement points, because the placement points, in a way, is slightly easier to get compared to kill points. Kill points, there is a 50-50 chance that, you're just going to come across a Supreme team that's going to wipe you out or take out a couple of players from your side a little bit too early. So they want to secure their placement in the competition on the leaderboard with the placement points first, and then later on start picking up the kills. It most definitely is a sound plan, but overall, when you put yourself up against, the players like AKO, Govilam Views, at teams like VPH Velocity, who are keeping that balance, against them, Neptune, you're not going to be able to bag a lot. But the saving grace here is, I guess, out of the 18 teams, 12 are going to be moving forward to the grand finals. So as long as you're not doing extremely bad, I guess it's okay. And overall, it's just day number 1 at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, day number 1. And I just realized, AJ, because back then when we were going in this game, and those who are really like playing poorly from the start of a series, usually we're thinking that there are back pocket strategies that they have. And there was one time that we had an interview with a pro player, and I think that was just a myth. The back the back pocket strategies, the pocket strats that teams has is just a myth, and it's more of, it's either luck or some other teams has a better skills from them. So hopefully these teams who are not performing from the first match will be able to make those adjustments and make a better plan on a match number 2.
Yeah, my assessment on that, Neptune, is a true magician never reveals his secrets, right? I mean, if they are pocket strats, if they are backdoor strategies, I don't think they will be willing to tell us, because it's what wins you competitions at the end of the day. I mean, look at Blacklist International. I mean, the last time you saw them at the MCP major, where were they? What were they doing? And then, who were the big winners at the end of the day, right? And those are the kind of teams that we need to look out for in reality, right? And you cannot count out any of those teams by not even acknowledging them as the underdogs. Once you start seeing a team and thinking that, okay, they are not going to be much of a threat to us, I believe that's exactly where some of these top prime teams start falling against some of their adversaries in here, because when you underestimate them, that's exactly when you start making a few mistakes and you give that advantage to your opponents, right? But of course, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, as we talk about all of the strategies that can be pulled out by these teams, in Kalahari, it's going to be a little bit of a different mix. Positioning is going to make or break your game for sure, nephew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the height advantage, the verticalities of this match, and the sniper skills will be tested in this game. So those who are really proficient, I think it's better to have a double. Well, most of the teams might be going in for a double snipe team composition, and then some of the teams were just managed on the close quarter encounters. But let's see as to where these teams will be dropping off, and most of the teams has already flew off from the south of this map. Wheels right now again getting too close against Rev, but was split up and they might be going in for a fight against Ego. The early engagement on this maze might be the first battle that we're going to see, but like what was mentioned earlier, this might still be a warm-up from them, so they might be peeling out earlier, and hopefully not that long as 10 minutes as we've seen earlier, AJ.
Yeah, and Auto Knockout choosing to pick up the refinery, this is something that's very interesting, and it's also something that can be very dangerous for them, right? Because teams get a little too comfortable on refinery sometimes, and when the safe zone comes through and it forces you off of the high grounds of refinery, that's exactly where you start getting caught out. And we technically saw that happened to them in that previous matchup as well. Something they definitely have to be careful, because it's such a huge compound for them to go out there and loot. And like we saw as we were looking at the mini map earlier on, nobody's in and around them, right? So they are going to be able to roam around as much as they want and have quite a field day out there collecting all of the artillery. And Ego, on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just on the outside grounds of Maze, going in for the loot as well, splitting up. I don't think that's going to be a very smart move. Views Embalore right in front. The moment he gets a sniff of these players, it's going to be game over, man. Views, they are going to come on in here for the hunt. And I believe they already have eyes on them by the way Views are setting up the forefront. Santino looks like he might have some information already, Neptune.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, they're creeping in from the side, not really going in out in the open. So once they have more of the information from the way we look at it from the minimap, once they have more information, they might be starting it for the battle. But Twinkle right now, I think it's a smart move as well for Ego to move into the maze, get the compound as cover, because if once this is an open ground. If someone sees you and they're proficient with the snipers, we mentioned that a lot of teams might be going in for double snipers. You will be going down that early into the game. And once again, we have bloody heads right now. Hopefully this time they will be sticking together and going in not too far apart. But the split right here will be seen. So hopefully this is still a smart move from them, and they group up, they regroup afterwards, because we've seen them go in for the battle. Though we can commend some of the members right here who can go solo against some of the teams, but going in as splitting up and then being taken out earlier on in any of the matches really is not a good plan. So hopefully they regroup and then move all together to one side or one compound to be able to get those kills that they need, and the points as well to take it up onto the leaderboards.
And some of these strategies, oh my goodness me, Ego just so close now. Monty is finding a little bit of cover, making sure information is not given away. If he gets caught out, this is not gonna look good at all. Morgana just a few feet away from him, and Bloody Head, they send that information back. We can see Cryfu as well as Mark trying to get a little bit closer in here. And Ego, if they get into this fight, they might be getting into it without Pepper. And from what you can see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they are moving away a little bit. Auto Knockout, they are splitting up, and I can hear a couple of gunshots coming through, which means the fight between Bloody Head as well as Ego has finally started, Neptune.
Yeah, and apart from that, we also have Equinox right now. So Equinox has a height advantage here, and they were able to go in. Xiao was able to go in for the fight, and the sniper kills really will be a lot in here. As on the other side, we have Twinkle, who has been taken down by Bloody Head. So this is the start. Bloodyhead's already getting those points, and one man down already. AJ trying to get away, but in the sides of Morgana right here, hits after hits after hits, but that ledge will be the safe zone for AJ right there. And BH Morgana, Bloody Hits Morgana will be left alone. Hopefully, they will not go in for that push and let Ego survive and probably go and see them fight another day. As we go in, Unknown was able to go in for that elimination as well. This is a VDR, Unknown from the Vindicators, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see exactly what they will be able to pull off for themselves. Santa Catarina is exactly where they choose to go in here for the drop. No challenge coming through from any of these other teams just yet. They might be able to find a challenger in the one and only Monkey Tribe in a couple of seconds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It looks like all of those players are sticking together, probably in a vehicle by the looks of things, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
it
they
looks
in
like
compound?
it, or probably a small compound.
Oi!
Ooh!
Okay, well,
I think that was a tower that they were in, AJ.
No. I think all of them are just in that one hut right behind it. You know, I don't think Cyborg was too fussed about that situation and all pulls out the time turner. Can't respond much anymore, and I don't think he wanted to respond either way. He just wants to run, and it was a good plan either side, from the side of BDR, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They should be able to get away as far as possible, the Vindicators. And one kill in the bag, that's all the Vindicators want, right? They just want to get into that final zone. And I believe not just them. A lot of the teams, they just want to focus in on that. Day one, some of these rounds, you just want to secure as many points as possible in the safest way possible. You don't really want to go out there and take unnecessary risk and get eliminated way too early, break your confidence down, and, just end up being sad boys, sad girls all the way through the start of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it's still the same tactics that we've seen, especially start of any series. But well, yeah, it might be slow, it might be long right here from the first and second round, because there's information, a lot of information that needs to be gathered by these teams. But we've also seen aggressiveness right there. It's more of aggressiveness comes up when they go in and be lucky enough and see some of the members or some of the teams close to them, like what we see in Kanoho right now. And AKO or AKO Ligers has a good height advantage. Hopefully they'll be able to maintain this and time it right to be able to get away or pull away just in case needed. But on the other side, we have a new gen right now, wherein they've already lost one of their members going against BPH. And there you go, Mikey right there for the shot, but Mikey has been taken down. Peyton going for that hit, and Smiley on the other side trying to go in for the rush as well. And here we go, we have a BPH lost the on that elimination. The first team being taken out. New gen is already down, and the danger zone still is on them, but there are plenty of time for them to recover from that engagement, because they will not be moving away from that compound, especially with that danger zone on them. On the other side, we have Equinox right here, and I think they might be in a battle against Wheels, as Embalor has been spotted right there from far side, agent.
Yeah, Equinox, they have got the better compound in here, but a couple of shots coming in here from the back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and also ensure exactly how that is possible. Defusal, he has got his eyes onto Sneaks. Zhao is keeping them, at bay as well. And Views, exactly how they will be able to fire back. Equinox just needs to be really careful. They are not inside of the zone. They have to get in there, or else it's just going to be a gatekeeping situation. And Views usually come out on top in situations like that. And of course, we have got some of these players in here right in front of us, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, from the one and only No X Fear going up against the Vindicators this time. The Vindicators managed to just squeeze into this compound with No X Fear. They truly have no fear in some of these fights. Good nade coming through, but it bounces off just the sill of that window. Sparky, not really great with those aims, but will be able to find Zio. Just a couple of shots to the back will be able to force him to use some of his resources, but not too much of damage from No Sphere just yet. No.
And here we go. On the other side, we have AKO Toby right now is already knocked down. Hopefully he will be picked up right there by the teammates, and Dyron was able to go and successfully go in for that help. Now they are in a fight, getting close from this stop, and there goes Dyron being taken down, and Kanoho going for the grenade deal against Pepper, and Jacob will be down as well, AJ.
And it was a sniper shot that took Dyron out. Someone's listening, man, and VPH definitely knows exactly. And Dyron goes down as yet. Deleted! VPH getting the hurt put onto the AKO team. And now, Toby back onto his feet. VPH knows exactly who they have right in front of them. Kanoho trying to take those snipe shots right back against Jonal. And they're not going to be able to grab this. Views off screen, taking down each and every single one of those players from Equinox and Valore, doing great with the shotgun so far. But you know, what's got us excited is AKO facing off against VPH, and VPH doing exactly what we talked about in those long-range engagements. You want to delete Dyron first. Once Dyron has gotten taken out, taking that close-range combat, and we know AKO, when they pull out all of those shotguns in those CQCs, VPH, it's going to be very hard for AKO to keep up, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that from others as well, but we'll have to find out how well will AKO survive, because they're already caught off from their exit out to the front. Their backside is already a ledge, which is too high. They might be dying out just in case they will be pushed and retreating from that side. So we'll have to find out how well will they escape this situation. 3 against 4, VPH and AKO Ligers on their side. No fear going in for the kill against the Monkey Tribe Ban, and slowly the teams are showing these aggressiveness and also going in for those kills. So I think this will be very exciting as we move further towards the end of this match as well of this series, AJ.
Yeah, let's see if or not these players will be able to, pull off the best in here, just like Bloody Head. Cryfu helping him out. 1-2 taken out of the equation already. Let's see exactly what else they have in here in store for us as Rev. They sit in front of Bloody Head, potentially giving them all of these kills. Bloody Head, they will be able to gatekeep Rev, but they have to make a move in as well, man. Mark is just a little bit outside of that safe zone, and as he tries to, just circle around, try to sneak into that safe zone, Rev will be able to fire back at him as well. So Bloody Head, they need to be careful as they take this aggressive approach, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, getting a good position is one thing. Trying to escape out of it, especially when you are being pushed by a safe zone or probably a different team, is another. So they need that the entry and exit strategy as well. But as we look into Mark, going in for that hit, trying to push off the enemy, but the backside right now is being taken, being seen. Wherein who's next will be shot at and being gate kept. But this is a little bit too close, because the moment that they stop, the safe zone stops right here, it might be a push already by Rev from behind, and this will be a pinch onto the side of Bloody Heads, AJ.
Yeah, let's see if or not Bloody Head will be able to survive this. They are holding on to a high ground right now. One of those tricky situations, one of those tricky positions that you cannot hold on to for too long. And as you can see, the next safe zone is not in their favor at all. And Mauti, he will be able to find 2 players right in front of him, fires off a couple of shots, and then backs away immediately. Mavstri now coming in here for the push. A dope with a backup. Cryfu drops right in front of him, and he will get taken down. A nasty play, and a backup by Mauti here, coming in for the push, and the time turner being pulled out. Mauti has to push into the time turner, and a very risky play by him manages to take down Yadob and finish off Maesty as well. Smart plays from Mauti after the time turner updates recently, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you need to rush in there, because Mauden knows that he will not be shot at, and that would be a little bit complacency with a split second in there that no shots has been done, and has been done onto him. But a smart move indeed. Rev Ayolos has been eliminated, but Cryfu right now, I'm thinking about what the tactics right there. I think that was a miscommunication, because the moment that Cryfu jumped out, that might be a chance for Maute to go in for the rush and distract the enemy. So that was a little bit of miscommunication, but was able to make it work, getting them 4 kills that they need, but only have 3 members for the team. But here we go, Maote right now going in for this dance, and here you go. The Vindicators has been taken down, and who's next as well will be eliminated. A quick finish right there. That's half of the team, AJ.
Well, I thought Monty knocked down by a sniper shot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but it was Mark's sniper right beside him. Monty got knocked down by the zone, and now Bloody Heads, they have sacrificed two of their players. Mark and Morgana just healing themselves up. Toby up on top, auto knockout. They have already been hurt by VPH earlier on. VPH tried to survive in here. Auto knockout with the best position, high ground, the highest ground in the next zone, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it is the best position, but hopefully it is still on inside the next safe zone, and which is that is the truth right now, because as they move forward, the rest of the teams might be drawn in onto auto knockout. Now let's go in. We are looking at BVH velocity, or BVH right now. Janelle wrong in there, as Ego will be eliminated as well by AKO Ligers.
And let's see if or not AKO Ligers will be able to continuously win this without taking that close quarters combat. With Iron, they will be suffering in those CQCs, but they are managing the situation very, very well by keeping their opponents at bay, making sure none of them can close this distance between themselves, as well as auto knockout. And now Cheers taking fight up against Bloody Head. Two players right there in front of him being suppressed, and it will just be the glue wall between Bloody Head as well as the rest of the players from auto knockout. Auto knockout going in here for all of the flush now, and Bloody Head, they have to get into a safer position. Mark will pull away from Morgana, giving him a little bit of extra leeway. Here comes that beat as well to heal up the players of auto knockout, but Toby gets knocked down onto the ground. Cheers has to survive, but he gets knocked as well. And it looks like AKO Ligers are eliminated. And here comes VPH to finish off the game finally. Bloody Heads with Morgana, one and only. Jonelle goes in for the slice, and Bloody Heads goes out as well. And your victors, they decided already the moment VPH struck against AKO early. Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the good positioning that they have in there against AKO is really the start of where they are right now. Getting this booyah has been Tana, Arky, Red Deuce, Janelle, and Fade, and takes in the second booyah of this series. And a good positioning indeed. They've already taken out one of the AKO Ligers, and then took their positions after it has been cleared, and that position plus the RNG that they got from the final safe zone, it really gave them those advantage as well as this win.
Crazy stuff coming through, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and that has just been 2 rounds so far in the very first day of the Free Fire Challenges Philippines, brought to you by our amazing sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the one and only Infinix Note 11S. And now, you know, with the first 2 rounds, we expected these two teams to step up, right? VPH as well as AKO. Some of the teams that we had our eyes on, for example, Bloody Heads, they did show up as well, but not in the best of ways possible. But they're still surviving, man. They're still floating up there, not really falling too far away from the leaders of the pack at the moment, Neptune.
Yeah, I think they after that, what happened for the first round, they got the balance right there on taking the placement. It just so happened that there are some teams who go against them, who went against them. Plus, so the additional kills will help them. So I think it is more of a good thing for them, moving them up onto the leaderboards. And this is what we're talking about. Once you've made a mistake on one of the rounds or one of the engagement from this game, make those adjustments, and they know their goal. They know their goal. They need to get those points, and they're just making their way through it, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, it's those strategies that we really need to keep our eyes on whether or not they continuously work, because some of these other teams, they can keep an eye on these big squads as well and try to knock them out a little bit earlier from some of these rounds. But, you know, that's kind of a death wish sometimes as well, because you might just end up being those early feed, those early kill points that these Supreme teams end up picking up early in these rounds as well, right? So, you know, you really have to position yourself in the best of areas possible to get the better of teams like VPH as well as AKO Ligers sometimes. For example, you need to be that third party that's always on the way. Just like what Govilam Views did earlier on. They were on the way, they had Ambalorate, they had their grenade launcher, and they just played the information of, you know, just listening out for all of those gunshots, knowing the position of all of those teams in that final zone, keeping themselves hidden, and then coming out for that final battle, right? A lot of those teams, you know, just giving out a little bit too much of information from the early get-go, not really, you know, favoring them. But We understand. It was at the end of the day Kalahari, and when you move from zone to zone, the terrain just drastically changes, nephew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it changed your strats, especially if you're stuck in one corner and you weren't
Yes.
expecting a team on the other side of that, because there are some teams who are really passive, just getting that
Yeah.
information and like what you mentioned, just listening to the gunshots. But there
Yeah.
are other teams who are doing the same thing as well,
Mm.
and you are in the same area. The surprise
Yeah.
that they will be getting in there, seeing you like earlier, Bloody Heads and Wales,
Yeah.
as well as other teams right now who's unexpectedly there waiting for them on that area,
Yeah.
AKO Ligers as well as BPH. So those the waiting game needs to really doesn't last that long. I mean, you get your information
Yeah.
from one area, get your position, and then move out, get a better vantage point, and assuming that you need to assume that you need to go either on the edge
Mm.
of the safe zone or probably in the middle of the circle. If you have a better compound or cover in there, you'll be having a 360 view of everything. You might be able to gatekeep anyone
Yeah.
who's rushing in into the circle. So it's a combination of RNG and the timing as well. The timing, just don't wait too long until the circle closes in, because that's where most of the team really fail.
Absolutely, man. It's all about just knowing exactly how to play some of these strategies, right? Because just to elaborate a little bit more on your point, then, Neptune, you've got the high ground, but the high ground is just best played in the early parts of that encounter just to get the information. But once you get the information, it's best to set up your defenses on that lower ground and wait for that fight, right? Especially in that final circle, because at the end of the day, yes, you've got this 360 view. Yes, you've got all of this information, but you are on a pedestal, which all of the other teams are now looking at. And, you are the prime. You are the prime target for all of the other teams, right? The team that has got the best view. And as we know, in Free Fire, when you have got the vantage point, when you are on top, it is, yes, you get that information, but it's also easier for the guy that's down at the bottom to get that headshot onto you. So, you need to play that a little bit safely as well. And that's one of the places where AKO just once again kind of didn't do themselves a lot of favors, right? They stayed on that platform in the very final fight. VPH, on the other hand, they just maintained the low ground and they just stayed away from those final fights.
Yeah, definitely. And as we go into the round standing after two matches, here is, or after match number 2, here is VPH Velocity taking that 1 Booyah and a placement point of 12 and 10 kill points, a total of 22 AJ. That is a lot coming from VPH Velocity. And we have a Bloody Heads right there, just responding to our question. Bloody Heads getting a placement point of 9 as well as 7 kill points with 16 on their plate already. AKO Ligers going in third, 8 and 6, a total of 14. Still a good placement of for this team, AJ.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, Bloody Heads. We were discussing earlier about the adjustments round after round. They know exactly how to balance out some of their plays, right? But I'm just sick and tired of seeing them balance it, man. I just want those clean plays, those clean strategies, because this is a team that can get it done. And they just need a little bit of that confidence boost. And this is the confidence boost, Bloody Head. Get it into your heads. And we want to see a little bit more of that aggression, right? And even though they are not the best squad out there who did manage to get that booyah, they have already managed to prove to us that they can rise back up, even in a pool of strong fighters like VPH, AKO Ligers just surrounding them. The Vindicators, of course, taking up their 4th spot, and AKO Ligers in that 3rd position. And losing Dyron early on to VPH really, really took a toll on AKO, didn't it, nephew?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dyron, despite of his skills on a close battle engagement, that was really useful, especially on the final final part of the game as this circle closes. And losing him, we have 3 members who's good on a long range, but the moment that he's needed right there, he's already out. So hopefully they'll be able to make that work further and just get better positioning or suppress whoever is going against Dyron, because Dyron is a good close encounter battle as we go
Yeah.
into the map recap right now for round number 1 and number 2. It is Gotham Wheels who took Bermuda, and Kalahari has been taken by BPH Velocity, AJ.
Yeah, and one thing to point out here, both the teams that picked up the Booyah were the teams that were in that number 1 spot. So the leaders of this particular groups, they are maintaining their consistency with the placements as well as the kill points as they pick these victories up. And we can see some of who are just constant with their performance, right? VPH Velocity earlier on, they were in second place. This time around, they are in that number 1 spot. And overall, we can expect them to sneak into that number 1 spot because, if you look at this time around, they only picked up a total of 6 points, not doing themselves any justice after a crazy good round in that previous match because they picked up 27 earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this is not more of a map familiarity because we've seen that so far from other tournaments. So once the team jump into a different map, they really work poorly, and then when they go in on a specific map that they're really familiar, they're doing their best. So if that will be the case, it might not bring them further. The consistency will not be there. Plus, yeah, I mean, you cannot choose which map you're playing, though you know where you are playing, but you just need to make and learn those weaknesses and strength and adjust to it. Make sure that you still get a lot of like a balance of kill and placement points depending on how the equation goes.
Yeah, New Gen and Monkey Tribe, they are two teams that are very close to each other. Even earlier, they stuck side by side in the 7th and 8th spot. This time, they've got the 11th and 12th spot. Both teams picking up 0 points from round number 2. We expect them to most definitely step it up later on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But of course, we will have to wait for match number 5 and 6 because Group A will be resting and Monkey Tribe, they will have some time to take a breather. But New Gen, on the other hand, they will still be in performance because Group B will stay on as they will meet the players now from Group C. And I cannot wait to see exactly what Wei Tay Esports has in store for us. And Eva Radicals, they were the team to watch out for as well, Neptune. Quite a lot of heat from Group C waiting for us.
Yeah, I mean, the expectation for Group C is really high, and as well, not quite sure if this would be advantage from them because they've seen already the how A and B played, especially in the first 2 match, so they can strategize, make those small changes. But before we go in there, we have the MVP for round number 1 and 2. It's still Ambalorian there, taking a 4k damage, 3 assists, and 10 kills. Hit rate of 38%, AJ.
And I love this, right? Hit rate of 38% is absolutely insane. And it's also because Embalor is not the kind of guy to continuously go in there and spam with the assault rifles. He's picking up those grenade launches. He's picking up the shotguns. He's picking up those surefire kills for himself as well as his team. Truly the one to lean on for the sides of Govilam Views. But here's the problem. It has not been enough in terms of the back-to-back matches that they've shown us. The consistency is not there. Although Embalori is the MVP of round number 1 and 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Govilam View still have a lot to prove in the competition. But yes, I mean, we literally called out Embalori saying that we're excited to see him in these matches once again. And the guy's just performing as usual, man. I mean, what more can we expect from Free Fire Challenges Philippines, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Season 1, it's opening up in the best way possible, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot has been seen already from these teams and how teams are adjusting from round 1, number 2. Now, as mentioned earlier, Group A will be resting and will be seeing the debut of Group C right here on the upcoming matches. But I don't know. Is it just the excitement of seeing a different team or seeing all the teams fight? Or is it just that some of the teams right here, really, we want to see how consistent they were from other tournaments that we've seen them on, and what more excitement, what more entertainment they will be giving us on this gameplay, because they were entertaining on some of the gameplays despite of the bloodlust that they have against the teams, AJ.
Absolutely, man. For me, it's the latter. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some of these teams. I mean, we've talked about them already. We will continue shouting about them. No disrespect to the other teams here. Obviously, they've got the opportunity in this competition to prove themselves to both Neptune and I, and show us exactly why we have to be screaming out their names as well. In the same way, we do talk about Vete Esports as well as Eva Radicals, right? Because, you know, when you look at Eva Radicals, you're looking at Tanamo, Barba, as well as Ramiel. Three players that most definitely have got a very special place in our hearts because of how they're just able to craft amazing stories for themselves as well as their teams out there on the battlefield. But then Vete Esports, you've got the one and only Kobe in Vete Esports, our very own McRory, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with the amazing nades. I cannot wait to see what sort of magic he has in store for us when we kick off round number 3 and 4, Neptune.
Yeah, I want to start counting how many nades will be in his backpack, backpack right there, and will he be using a grenade launcher? Because we've seen him do some damage. And how much of this teams will be using that meta as well? Because earlier it's not that much. We've seen a lot of knockdowns as well with grenades and grenade launchers, but not that much. Not that exciting as we've seen from previous matches. So probably it's because of the warm-up of the first few rounds, and group number C, hopefully they will not disappoint, give us an early show in these matches, despite of jumping in, just jumping in after 2 rounds of battle from A and B.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we have got the opportunity now to keep our eyes on the underdogs named by Neptune, the one and only Axis with Nathan, Gal, Mr. Ong, Laurie, as well as Bad Child. They definitely have some promise, man. Mr. Ong, we saw some of his flair out there in, those practice rounds, but we don't know if or not he can bring the same kind of heat in here in the official competition. Free Fire Challenges Philippines, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is another level altogether. And he's put into a group now with two of those teams that we have to keep our eyes on, right? I mean, Vete Esports, they didn't talk about earlier on, but we both agree that they definitely are a top contender in here for that number 1 spot at the end of the day. How will a team like Axis survive this battle? How will they find that information? Are they going to be making jump squad mistakes early on, or are they just going to be showing a supreme strategy? Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we go back in here for the refresher. This time around, Group B takes on Group C in Bermuda.
And here we go. The green grass might be red with blood after this round, because a lot of teams, a lot of excitement from these teams. We've seen Group B already. Group C has yet to show what they have, but the hype is already there, AJ. The hype is already on, but hopefully it will not be disappointing at this point. And we're just really excited to see how well these teams jump off from this flight. The positioning as well, AJ, if they are getting to a good position on from the jump path that they have, and who will they be going against earlier on this game?
Trot WYS with Blocky. They are dropping very close to who's next, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So that's potentially going to be fight number 1 that we get to witness in a little bit. Auto knockout as usual. They will be heading towards Peak, and not many of those teams will be sandwiching them. Eva Radicals, on the other hand, dropping very, very closely to the team that you are looking out for, the one and only Axis. So hopefully that doesn't finish off too badly. But look at this, man. Equinox dropping in between the players of Eva Radicals. So I don't know if that's bad for Eva Radicals or Equinox, because Eva Radicals, they are spread out, but they are also, formed of supreme players on their side who are able to take those 2-on-1, 3-on-1 situations as well. But we can see them coming in here for the push. And Nathan is the first one to get pushed out onto the ground. Aguila comes in with the kill. And here comes Mr. Ong. Tanamo drops him as well. Goodness gracious me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This was a fight that Axis should have been able to take advantage of. Eva Radical, snuff them out. but it's just the situation, man. It's just how good Eva Radicals is in Free Fire.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love how Eva Radicals. We've known the Radicals team already. The moment they pick up something, they're ready to fight, despite of whatever it is: a grenade, an AR, a shotgun, a sniper. They're ready to fight. And Tanamo right there, just timing it out, knowing that someone will be rushing in, just goes in for that battle, go in for that kill, and that's what we've seen. We'd like to see from the Radicals that they are showing right now. A lot more that we'd like to see the Radical gameplay, like the vehicle gameplay. Not quite sure if they made that work already, because at some point it failed from some of the tournaments, but we'll still like to see them work it out. As we look into who's next, who's a little bit split up with the rest of the teams and trying to go around a different team. I think this is WIS, a Trot WIS in here in this compound, who is being boxed out by Who's Next, AJ.
Yeah, and who's next? I hope they have a lot more to prove, or I hope they have a lot more in themselves to go out here and dominate, because they have been very consistent, but consistently not impressive. They picked up 4 points in round number 1, 5 points in round number 2, 9 points overall in here. And it's turning out to be a situation where, who's next is a very powerful name, right? Like, who's next? I'm just going to slay everyone. It can also turn out to be a comedy, as in who's next? Who's next? Who's going to kick us out of this lobby once again as we try to find a great position for ourselves? So hopefully they can turn the unfortunate comedy at the moment into a great story for themselves against a unsuspecting team right in front of them, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see if WYS, Trot WYS to be specific, is ready for them. Monkey, Shanks, Blocky, and as well as Navi, they make up all 5 players of the side of Trot WYS. And we've seen Blocky, he loves it whenever he picks up that shotgun. CQC combat against the guy, he's untouchable, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and that was what I want to see from Plocky. I mean, he can take out 2 who's in front of him, just dance around and go in for that shotgun. But looking into the map right now, we have, as we've seen earlier, who's next going against WYS on Cape Town. We also have a new gen in here, a little bit too near against Equinox. And as we look into the positioning of Beta Esports, we really expected them to be as far as possible from everyone, because they need to be prepared. They need to get all those utilities. But there you go. I think the battle is happening right now as we go back to Who's Next and Trot WYS, AJ.
Right? They just teasing each other, and Hawkeye, unfortunately, is just caught behind this building. The guy can't run away. He can't. Oh my lord! Hawkeye! What a shot! He goes in, knocks down Navi. Is he going to be able to toss a nade in there as well? He has got no grenades on him, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Has to get away because the double vectors in the hands of, I believe, Flocky right behind him. He tries to take the CQC. Backup coming through as well. Tokyo wants to go in and make sure Shanks does not step up in front. It's going to be Mavsty in front of them as well, coming in for that backup. It's just all-out chaos at the moment, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I like the alternate of Tokyo and Mapsi right there. I mean, going in for the push, but knowing that you'll be a little bit too short, we'll be backing off. And Tokyo right now, together with the rest of the teams, are just underneath some of the members of WIS. Now, this is the question. Will they be able to go in for the kill, or is WIS thinking of something to go in and recuperate from that knockdown earlier? I think they still have all of their members, and Plocky is being naded right there. Now, Ploki's a little bit too far, but the moment that he goes near against 1 or 2 members of Who's Next, I think they will be next, will be taken down, and that is just an assumption, guys.
Yeah, in this situation, Who's Next, they shouldn't be wasting all of the grenades, right? They need to know exactly where those players are, and they need to go in there for those tosses for the surefire, because you just need to get 1 or 2 kills early on. Mapsy jumps in there, and he will be able to avoid a couple of those shots, and Hawkeye, hey, he will be able to take down player number 1, and the one and only Plocky is out of the equation already, which just puts Who's Next up a little bit more higher in comparison to the opponents, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because their CQC special specialist out of the equation just makes Trot WYS a easy prey to take down from this point. And so Trot WYS, what do they need to do in this situation? Don't take this fight, man. They need to get out of there, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, a smart move indeed. They already taken down the one member of their team, wherein who's proficient on a close quarter battle. But here we go, Beta Esports right now going in first fight, first team against them, and it is AKO Ligers. Let's go in here from one side, and Toby might be going in for the flank, but is being chased by another one on the other side. We have McRory and one more member from Beta Esports all going in on the south area of this map, and let's go. We'll be going out of his way, regrouping with his teammates. AJ.
This is a good play coming in here from Let's Go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Vete Esports. The question is, are all four of their players in here together with each other? The answer is yes. They have managed to avoid. AKO! But Axis out of nowhere stops in front and gives Vete Esports 3 kills. And now Time Turner pulled out. Remember the new update. This allows damage from outside as well as inside. But the nade will not be avoided as Kobe McRory strikes.
Yeah, I mean, cooking that nade earlier plus a knockdown, it is expected from McRory to go in for that kill. Now, going back to the battle against AKO Ligers, we have Beta Esports still a 4-man strong, 1 point already from their side. The question is, will they be able to go in for that hit, or will they need to back off from this fight? Because they are in disadvantage, though. The low ground and not as much cover on that area, AJ.
Yeah, every time I see Vede Esports in Free Fire, I get excited, man. I mean, these boys, they know how to bring those supreme plays. I mean, auto knockout Ligers, they should have been able to shut down Vede Esports when they found them out in the open. They did not take advantage. They allowed Vede Esports to get away way too easily. And now Danger Zone's going to be catching Vede Esports into that compound, not allowing them to move away. Trot WYS, Monkey goes down, Navi, the one and only player in here trying to take down Who's Next, but Navi gets taken down by Tokyo as well. That was too easy as Who's Next managed to prove to us that they are still a top contender in this competition. But of course, one team, it was easy. Can they get into the final circle and continue this momentum that they've built up for themselves very early on? Remember, Neptune, they're trying to turn this potential comedy into a supreme dream run for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what we love as well. Though we are calling out some of the teams who are really not performing that well, and that's what we love. Once they showed us that they have what it takes, the story unfolds for this team, and more exciting it goes for us. We have like Bloody Heads per se. We've seen them earlier, or we mentioned a lot of comments for them, and right now I think we're seeing a lot of improvements for this team. And as we go into Eva Radicals, on the other side right there, we have the Fusel going in for that hit. So this is a third party by Eva Radicals, AJ.
And Barba from across, he will be able to drop Sinux, and then he snuffs him out as well. Eva Radicals in here with the 4 kills so far. One nade might just be coming through for Fura. Aquila just goes through, drives through the Fusel, knocks him down, kills him as well. And this is just a overrun by Eva Radicals. 5 kills in here so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They do not want to slow down at all. And Equinox right in front of them, and I believe one more player right under this bridge. Is he going to play troll, or is he gonna get taken out? Either way, he's not in the best of places right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if he shows just his head, he might be taken down by 4. And there you go. We have a shots onto him, and Tanamo from above, and there goes elimination by Tanamo. And there goes the one of the team, leaving us with 9. And this is what we love about Eva Radicals, the radical gameplay. And I was just happy that I was given that chance to see the vehicle gameplay once again from the Radicals, AJ.
Yeah, man. And you know what's the craziest thing in here? They're getting all of that done, and Ramiel is not even playing just yet. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we can expect so much more from Eva Radicals. That's something that we can guarantee you. And now, let's see exactly where AV Crusaders want to go in here and find for themselves, because Mima is in the worst position ever and finally gets out of the danger zone in the nick of time before he gets snuffed out. But of course, in front of him, there will be some dangerous players running across that map, ladies, German boys and girls. VDR now on top of the bridge. They will be able to turn around and ask some great questions of some teams just beyond that horizon there. But of course, they have to play silent as well. Remember, each and every single information you give off to your opponents, not the best of things to do sometimes. You want to just make sure every single shot you take guarantees you at least 1 or 2 kills and doesn't put you in a situation where you're giving off too much of information every.
Yeah, definitely. And here we go. I think another battle against Eva Radicals is unfolding. We have a Mima. Oh, there you go, Peso! Slow-mo hit in there, and Morris right now is being stuck in this corner. And there you go. The glue wall has been taken down, and Meow has been eliminated. And AV Crusaders taken out by Eva Radicals without losing one member, AJ.
Triple kills.
I don't know, man. I guess we kind of saw that coming, didn't we? And now AKO Ligers, opportunity as they will meet Who's Next. And now Who's Next try to prove themselves against one of the top predators of this competition, Dyron. CQC, do not forget, he is an absolute monster. He has to go in here for the reload. Who's Next coming in here for the push, but Cheers as well as Toby will be able to come in here for the backup. Hawkeye on the ground, Tokyo on the ground as well. And Who's Next is next on the kill list.
That was a big bite that Who's Next got, because they went in on AKO Ligers. Yes, it's a close battle engagement. They were able to creep in and get the distance smaller against them, but we know AKO Ligers has their the best potentials from each of their teams, and they will not be going down that easily. Like what we're seeing right now from Veda Esports, a hit from Forbids once again in there against Gradient, and we know these teams that we keep calling out, they have their own specialty, and AKO Ligers was hit by Who's Next, wherein skill set might not be at par just yet, I would say, AJ.
Okay, well, good nade by Morgana. Does not find anyone. McRory has got a grenade launcher in hand, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The one and only Kobe trying to survive in here. Pulls out a glue wall for himself. AKO Ligers from across trying to shut down Veda Esports. And Veda Esports cut outside in open area. They are in a terrible situation. And look at this. Daymoon just keeping all of those players down, making sure Black Angel is not able to pressure Veda Esports as well, because if Black Angel as well as AKO start firing at the same time, Veda Esports is done so. McRory now on the ground gets picked up instantaneously, and it is all because Daymoon is keeping those shots onto Black Angel, not allowing them to help out AKO Ligers. Veda Esports handling 2 fights at the same time, still coming up on top, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, the tower right now has its own advantage, but going against Veda Esports really wouldn't work if you go in on that watchtower, especially with grenade and grenade launcher by Makorori and the rest of the teams. The sniper in there coming from Let's Go and Forbids as well. So they'll have to rethink their strategy, especially for those teams who like to go in on that tower. But going in on the other side, I think kills after kills are being done by Bloody Heads and another team that's proving us that they have what it takes. Going against New Gen right now, and knockdown after knockdown as Bloody Heads goes in for this fight. Here comes Maute going in for the backstab against Smiley, and Smiley will not be smiling anymore because they will be eliminated. But Maute is the only one remaining for Bloody Heads, AJ.
Yeah, Bloody Heads, they've just suffered too much of damage in here already, and now all Malte can be holding on for is just playing those placement points, so he just needs to be sneaky as possible. Eva Radicals, on the other hand, taking the fight up against VDR. Time Turner pulled out, and that's just a little bit too early. Ekblok gets knocked down. Smart plays coming through, and it just is the anticipation by Fura, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that manages to get the advantage for the side of Eva Radicals early on, and then now a nade coming in here for the push. Unknown getting out of that situation. Zyro on the right-hand side. Fura just going in with the support. Tanamo gets knocked down onto the ground. They're about to lose Tanamo. Can they go in for the save? No, they can't. Aguilar shuts down CEO. Cyborg will be able to respond against Barba. Barba holding on for his life, but gets eliminated as well. Vindicator's taken down, but Eva, Radicals, they've suffered too much of a damage in here. Will they be able to pick up the Booyah? AKO as well as Vete Esports still in here. Black Angels, they are the outliers. I don't think it's going to be possible for them to get the Booyah for themselves, but anything can happen, man. Bloody Heads has got one representative in here as well, Neptune, and things are getting a little bit crazier at the 17-minute mark as we go in here. Vete should be able to shut down Malte, and there's going to be a GG for the players of Bloody Heads. Just one glue wall, I'm very sure, just holding him in there. They try to keep him in. McRory with the wall bangs. Daymoon coming in as well. Malte says bye-bye, and we are left with 4 more teams. Make that 3 because technically Black Angels, they only have one last player in there.
Yeah, Arf is in a very bit of a difficult position. Still in the tower, though. And the moment he jumps out, he will be inside of everyone. But I think Bloody Heads is already in a good position because if I'm not mistaken, I've already seen them with 14 kills on this fight. And or is it Bloody Heads or was it Eva Radicals that I want to talk about? It was Eva who got 14 kills. So Bloody Heads, well, GG's for them going in for the next round. But going on this fight, let's go. Went in for that hit as chairs right now slowly creeping in behind Eva as well as Vede Esports.
Yeah, there's a huge kill there. There's a huge knockdown onto Dyron, but Fury getting taken down. Aguila, solo player left in here, cooks up that nade, goes in for the toss. Vete Esports, they themselves will be able to cook up a few more to throw against Eva. Aguila, ladies, German boys and girls, who runs outside of the zone, gets shut down by the safe zone. Kanoho now on the ground. AKO Ligers trying to stick up in here, but Vete Esports with the one and only Kobe McRory goes in for that shutdown. Just as well as Toby trying to hold on, but 4 versus 2 is a situation that is way too tough, even for the one and only AKO Ligers to take on. 5 kills in here so far. Toby, the final man standing, gets splashed, and that's a GG as Vete Esports takes a dominant booyah.
Definitely an MVP of the game. Colby McRory in here. Really not disappointing us, AJ. Veta Esports, we've set the expectation. We've set the hype for them. And they just showed us the fact. They just showed us what they have in store for this series. As we see, these teams of Veta Esports showing it off, the booyah of this game, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Crazy stuff coming through, and you know, I'm just happy that whenever these teams get called out and we say, you know, we hype them up in the right way, they go out there and they prove themselves and they save a little bit of faith for us as well, right? Because VJ Esports, they weren't in the list of teams for us to look out for, but we pegged them as the team for us to keep our eyes on. And we saw exactly how AKO Ligers has come into these matchups so far, been so dominant, so consistent with the 3rd spot in both of those matches. They were getting the kills in there for themselves as well. But the moment Vete Esports steps into the field, even if Eva Radicals was so dominant out there, Vete Esports just makes quick work of them, right? But you know, there's one small difference here. Eva Radicals, they were already a couple of men down by the time they took that final fight. I just wonder how different the situation would have been if Eva Radicals were able to just bring all of their 4 men in for that final fight as well, man. VJ Esports will most definitely have a strong competition in Eva Radicals. But, you know, let's see if or not we will be able to see some consistency from these teams in the next matchup as well, Neptune.
Definitely. I mean, I love to see that 4v4 of Eva Radicals and Beta Esports. I mean, contrasting teams, definitely. One who's, I would say, really radical with the name suggests, and the other one who's really tactical at this point. I mean, they know how to position themselves from the drop up until they move in onto the final circle, and also that win, that 4v3 earlier, it is a 1-man ahead for them, but they were able to take one of the members at a time, and without even losing one of their teammates. Oh, Veda Esports, really a team that we really want to see pop off, and well, everyone else, we want them to pop off. We just want to challenge all of these teams to replace Veda Esports from our minds, AJ.
Yeah. And you know, here's the thing, right? we didn't want day number one. We don't want to see boring stuff in the Free Fire challenges, Philippines. And that's exactly, I guess, what we're getting. We are not getting a moment of boring, gameplays at all coming in here from all of these teams, right? Even if we had a huge drought of no kills whatsoever. I think one of the longest, 10 minutes, 45 seconds so far in the competition, for the first blood. But even then, it was just an intense moment where we saw those teams avoid each other, try to position themselves best as possible, and then just set up, crazy moments right after that, right? Just back to back, Free Fire's just delivering that hot action. And it's teams like Payday Esports as well as Eva Radicals that just make gameplays like this so much more exciting, right? But Black Angel, I was just overall disappointed with them just sitting down inside of that watchtower, allowing themselves to be suppressed. And the question is, what was going on in that gameplay, right? I mean, perhaps they did not have that sniper with them in the watchtower. But if they did not have a sniper with them in the watchtower, my question is, why did you get into the watchtower in the first place? I mean, it's one of the worst positions that you can hold on for yourself, unless you are going to get a little lucky. And this is exactly where positioning on that map, knowing exactly how you're going to be rotating, knowing map knowledge as to what sort of obstacles will be in front of you, where can you go in and duck in and hide. Because when you look at some of these teams, when they know it's going to be an open plane out there, they don't run on foot. They don't take their chances with those watchtowers. They find themselves a vehicle and they get into an area where they can set up their defenses, Neptune. And those are the teams that usually get to that final zone.
Yeah, definitely. And also the watchtower, it's just good for watching. So unless you want to watch other teams fight or watch your teammates be taken down, don't stick around that much. I mean, you will be able to see other teams get their position. But the moment that you see two teams out there, just get out quickly and just find another hiding spot.
I mean, tell me if you have noticed otherwise. I have never seen a team make it out of the watchtower victorious. Have you witnessed a situation where, the watchtower was just the supreme play a team had and they just made out of it alive? So very rare, isn't it, Neptune?
Very rare. I mean, most of the time, 3 comes in, 1 comes out. That is the thing. And it's lucky if 1 comes out. But like some of the times they have been obliterated just in that tower with grenade launcher and snipers as well, AJ.
And players like McRory, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's kick off the highlights first as we continue talking, right? Players like McRory, when they have got the grenades in their hand, they are just looking out for these watchtowers, right? And if they can close that gap with a vehicle or something, the kind of play is so standard, right? They close that gap, they pull out a glue wall, you're not going to be able to attack them fast enough. They cook that nade, toss it in there, just like this Kobe shot by McRory, and they are the supreme winners of that round because you get to pick up so many easy kills.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some might be tactical per se or probably impulsive. Some of the tactics of these teams might be impulsive, but if you don't know how to execute it that well, or if it's the first time that you're doing it, I would say don't do. Sorry, Papa Zeus caught me off guard. I mean, he was just flying sideways in there as he has been hit. But anyways, don't make this tournament, don't make this series your chance to practice your new gameplay. And that's just one tip that I would say, AJ.
Yeah, and as you were saying that we had the perfect nade into the watchtower, example that we were talking about against Black Angel by Payday Esports. Crazy stuff in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Some of the teams really know exactly what they're doing. Some of the teams are giving away a few too easy points to their opponents. But of course, overall, the ones that bag the most out of this round, the one and only Payday Esports. 12 points from the placements, 12 points from the kills. They most definitely were big winners. Eva Radicals right behind them, just 2 points off. And, in terms of the performance of their kills, Eva Radicals are most definitely in front. If only they did not lose that one man early on, perhaps this fight could have finished off a little bit different. So Wayday Esports, they most definitely will have their eyes peeled for EVA Radicals out there on the battlefield. AKO Ligers, as usual, they maintain consistency, and I'm just mind blown with this consistency, okay? 3 rounds for AKO Ligers, and 3 times they have gotten the 3rd spot, my friend.
Well, number 3 might be their lucky number, but we've seen a lot of teams who's like really didn't went in and get any booyah and not really get that first. But it will they evolve, they change their tactics radically from the latter part of the series, and then just took over the game.
And of course, we expected Axis, the underdogs, to be able to, show us some good plays. But unfortunately for them, they were the first bloods against EVA Radicals. Unfortunate drop. They got caught out one after the other. And although EVA Radicals, they were all spread out on the battlefield, it was just way too easy of a fight for them early on. So hopefully Axis, they will be able to step it up in this next round. AV Crusaders, overall, a disappointing performance in here. But, it's just day one. Some of these teams, it's just their first round in here. Some of them could just be a little nervous. Some of them could have a couple of tricks up their sleeves that they just don't want us to know about just yet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have to just be patient and see what else they have in store for us overall, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would say for the teams, especially with the new names in here. Well, when I say new names, I mean new teams who are jumping in onto this competition. They might not have any experience against, well, they might have, because I know communities have scrimmages and tournaments as well, apart from the ones in here, like the Free Fire Challenger Philippines, but they might not have experienced the pressure of this type of big competition just yet. So they're just starting to feel their way through these matches. There's just the first few rounds in this game, and probably they might be turning it around all throughout the series, or all throughout the whole duration of the league stages.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you, right? Some of these teams, they're having their ups and downs in there, but who's next? This is the team that we were having our eyes on, cracked a couple of jokes on at their expense, but they seem to be improving little by little, although not in the most tremendous of fashion. They managed to pick up 4 points in the first round, 5 points in the second round, and then the third round, which is the one that just concluded, they've managed to get themselves 7 points. So very, very little bits of improvement coming out of who's next, and we did manage to see them take that team fight quite well as well, right? Hopefully, they will be able to step it up beyond that, and in round number 4, be able to secure at least above 10 points for themselves. And that should just put them on the right track to continuously improve in the Free Fire Challenges Philippines. But for some of the other teams in here, explosive start. We know those names. We're not going to just continuously drill them down. But I just was a little surprised by which team was that? Was it the Vindicators, who could have, put out a little bit more of an aggressive push out there, but overall just 2 kills there for themselves. Not the most tactical team out on the battlefield at the moment, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, well, again, we have seen from other tournaments, like some of the teams who just jump in, like registered, qualified, and jump in, and unexpected. Oh, this is the league stages already, and let's go and battle it out. Now, unexpected, some teams going in on the qualifiers before going into the league stages really don't show off that much of the tactics, and even right now, they might be putting out smaller, like a few of their tactics, and then it will be repetitive all throughout until halfway through, and then later on, when it's needed, that's where they show it off. So if this is the first time that they are seeing this, like feeling the pressure of this tournament, then they need to get used to it and adjust appropriately. Otherwise, good experience though, good learning experience for them, but the win, a little bit low advantage, a low percentage for them to take it. We'll have to see. We'll have to see, AJ, as we go into Kalahari for the next round of the Free Fire Challenger Philippines.
Let's see exactly what these teams have for us in here at Kalahari, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's all gonna be about the positioning as Vete Esports just tries to surround New Gen in here, and I believe they are gonna find some early kills. Hopefully, Vete does not lose their command in here. Command post will see Bloody Head and who's next just right beyond them. So, who's next in a sticky situation as well? It will be the Vindicators who open up first off against Black Angels. Arf will be the first blood. And that's one of the fastest kills that we have seen in here today, isn't it, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting that it might be the same as the second round earlier because it's a new map, a new familiarity, but it's a good thing because the Vindicators, we are calling out Vindicators and Black Angels as well. So I think there's their chance to go in for that early aggression, take out a team earlier on, get those points, but they need to think that this is double-edged sword. As we keep saying, if you're not really proficient that way on the early engagement, fighting it out, it is your chance to go away, pull out of that, and then regroup, AJ.
Oh, this is a GG, man. Mikey really needs to focus on taking down McRory because he will bring potentially the biggest impact in this round. Taking down the Kobe of Vete, that's the biggest punishment that they can face after a well-performed round in the previous one. Let's Go knows that Mikey is putting on a lot of pressure from this watchtower, tries to fire off against him, so just to keep him away from his partner, and it looks like that has just been enough to scare Mikey away from this position. So Vete Esports, I just feel like Mikey could have just been a little bit more aggressive there, but I do understand, man. I mean, it's not like he has a lot of backup from the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the teammates of New Gen is a little bit too far. So if this three members is on the south of the map, and then Mikey was left in the north. So I think it's more of a distraction tactic, pulling out the attention of Let's Go as well as McRory in there for the rest of the teams to be able to get more loot or probably pull out from this game. So that is yet to be seen because I think it's a more of a pull out that they've done, or probably a flank, because they're moving towards the behind where Veta Esports was last seen. So the tactics still needs to be validated if that will work against Veta Esports, because we know how well they how well the environment I mean, knowing the environment is done by Veta Esports, they have a good spread earlier. Let's Go was on the other side trying to snipe out the watchtower, and then McRory is trying to push in through as well. So it's just fortunate for them that no one was taken down from those teams, AJ.
Oh, I just saw Eva Radicals going in there for a rush. I wonder if they are going in to shut down the players from the side of Axis. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, crazy stuff. If we do start seeing those kills on the kill feed, I'm pretty sure we will be jumping on over Axis now. Eva Radicals right in front of them. Fura on that vehicle, just closing in the distance a little bit too quick. Nathan just repositioning himself. Tanamo up on top, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will be able to put on a lot of damage. But Tanamo shutting down Mr. Ong. Nathan comes in here for the push, but Tanamo manages to shut him down as well. What a play by Eva Radicals, punishing Axis from the get-go. And now Gal knocking down Fura. Big kills if he can toss that nade onto him as well, but repositions himself. Aguila trying to pull him up, and the smart time turner pulled out by Aguila will be exactly what Fura needs to recover. Gal now taken down thanks to the one and only Tanamo. It's all about the placements. It's all about the positioning. And now Lori, is he going to be able to survive this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Either way, the damage has already been done. Aguila chasing in with the double vectors as well. Barba right above him. Neptune, do you think Lori can get out of this?
Well, if he stay very, very quiet and very, very still, he might. Because we are seeing Black Angels in there distracting Eva Radicals right now. So their attention might be in there, knowing Eva Radicals has the like the vehicle gameplay on them as well. They might be going in for the chase. And as we see, it is Siasi right now being shot at, and Tanamo will be going above Lori. So Lori is still moving around, might be hinting Tanamo to go in for this hit and for this kill, but that needs to be proven. Like one mentioned, he will survive if he goes very, very quiet or very, very still.
Okay, now let's see exactly what. I mean, they're still on the hunt, man. They can't find the last guy, and I don't think they're gonna be giving up anytime soon as well. Confined in such a huge place, and they know he's just somewhere around here. So Axis will have to hope and pray that nobody finds Laurie. And now Fura opportunity right behind his
Ooh.
wall, but no. If he had just been patient enough to take that left before getting up to the top floor, it would have been a GG already. But Axis still surviving, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't check the corners right there. So Lori is already safe. I would say Lori's already safe because Fury already passed them by, and that was all clear. You've seen the movies wherein,
Yeah.
this is clear, and let's skip this. So they will be pulling out. Eva Radicals will be pulling out right now, expecting that no one is left in this area unless Axis made themselves like heard or seen, then GG's for them. Otherwise, it is a safe play for Lori right now.
I'm just so glad to see that Laurie's just not over aggressive, not trying to steal one quick kill and then, just say like, YOLO, bro. We're down 3 men anyway. That's not exactly what you want to aim for in Battle Royales. So smart play coming in for Laurie. He will be able to look for a couple of placement points later on as well. So good luck to Team Axis in being able to pull that off. Bloody Head, on the other hand, just keeping an eye on Siasi. And, on the kill feed early on, I believe a couple of Vete players were aiming for the players of Black Angels as well. So Black Angel just the biggest loser overall. So many of these teams just gunning them down one after the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the matchup. We're not seeing most of teams like top teams that we've seen earlier against top teams. It's more of those like feeders and what do you call this? Feeders and whatever it is on top. so they are those teams who are doing great are just feeding off on those teams that needs to improve further, and that is the case for some of the teams like Black Angels. But AKO like are still maintaining their position in this area, and hopefully they learned their lesson earlier and move as quickly as possible. I mean, the timing doesn't have to be perfect as long as it's enough for them to get away from any that might pin them down, AJ.
Yeah, Gradient now getting knocked down by another player of Eva Radicals. And it's just getting way too easy, man. I mean, Black Angels, I don't understand the intention of splitting up. And once again, if you're a team, and this is no disrespect to Black Angels, by the way, with this comparison. But if you're a team like Eva Radicals, you want to split up, go right ahead, right? You can't handle yourself. Siasi, poor guy, just pulling out the glue walls, trying to hold it in there. And Bloody Head, they know that there's a free kill waiting for them just beyond this glue wall. Mark gonna be trying to shut it down, and now the grenade.
Ooh!
Mark spots it. Siasi goes down, and bye, he says. And now off screen, it's gonna be WYS fighting Who's Next. Hokai on the ground, but it's not snuffed out just yet. And Who's Next, they do have the upper ground, right? And this is once again the weird thing about Free Fire. It's easier to look down than it is to look up, but it's easier to get the headshot if you are on that lower ground. So the players who are on the higher ground, they have to be very, very careful how they take these fights.
Yeah, definitely. And this is we're back to Trot WYS and Who's Next fighting it out. Now we still have to question who will be taking the win against these two teams. As we can see, we have Who's Next right now already pinning them down, pushing them out, and the safe zone will be closing in, but WYS right now is still outside. So there is I'm not seeing any way for them to flank safely on this game because Mabzi really have a good position on them and a good vision on them as well.
Yeah, let's see if or not Who's Next will be able to be the bigger winner this time around. They do have the ability to just gatekeep all of these players now from the side of Equinox, and they just have to just continue all of this pressure. Either way, Trot WYS, they have to move in ever so soon, but AKO Ligers just on the right-hand side, the kind of third party that Who's Next is not anticipating in a fight like this, right? Because you know AKO Ligers will be stealing those kills, but look at this, AKO Ligers, they're actually rotating inwards, and they might just be able to put that pressure onto Who's Next themselves. And now Who's Next, unfortunate, Equinox will be able to go in here for that fire back. WYS right in front. Who's Next managing to put on way more pressure now as the safe zone forces all of them in, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what I'm talking about earlier. I mean, there's no safe way for them to flank, and it's a little bit too late though. They might have done that earlier, but there's a risk of having Who's Next as well as AKO, who's just moved in the same compound. But we'll have to find out. I think this will be gatekeep gameplay coming from AKO Ligers against Who's Next, because the information has been given already. It's just a matter of time that they will be meeting each other unless someone beat them to it against AKO Ligers. So Who's Next? We'll have to see if this position is good for them, or will they need to regroup for a different one and avoid who's AKO Ligers as well as Bloody Heads on this area.
Yeah, and it's all about the decision making that we can clearly see how it impacts some of these plays, right? If Who's Next had not focused on gatekeeping and just gone in there for the rotation a little bit earlier, maybe they would have been able to secure that compound, spot out auto knockout a little bit earlier on, and then put the pressure onto them. But now both of them are going to be gate kept by the one and only Bloody Head. And now Bloody Head, they have to be careful as to how they take this fight. Morgana, Cryfu, Multi, they are all split up apart. Mark is a little bit too far away, and Morgana, if he makes one small mistake, that's the end for Bloody Head in terms of their long-range engagement. AV, Meow goes down on the ground first. Papa's Zeus trying to catch up together with him, but Equinox, they will be able to gatekeep these boys as they try to squeeze into the safe zone, Neptune.
And here we go. This is WYS right now. Earlier, they have been struggling to go into the safe zone, but with a lot more teams against them, gatekeeping and also battling it out. Ploki might not be able to survive this and still staying. And there goes some of the teams. We also have Meow and Papa Zeus being taken out. Earlier, AV Crusaders has a good advantage to be able to get in, but Equinox right now was also gatekeeping them. New Gen is already eliminated from this game. We are now left with 9 teams, and Equinox, they need to get a better position because not too far behind or in front of them is the Vede Esports. So if Equinox make that wrong turn or probably make the delay, Vede Esports might be waiting for them, AJ.
I was curious as to where's AKO. I thought they got knocked out already, and I just missed that. But Dyron now, opportunity to shut down Tokyo. Both of these teams just holding on beside each other, but they have to focus on to Bloody Head as well, as they have got the vantage point right in front. But Bloody Head, they also cannot make the same mistake as Who's Next, as they did not rotate early enough, and they got caught with this crazy problem. Black Angel getting eliminated, and now Mark going in for the push. Cryfu gets knocked down onto the ground. Bloody Head's taking the fight up against AKO. Dyron onto the ground. Cheers will be able to eliminate Monty from this fix, and Mark as well as Morgana. Can they come back in here for the backup now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Morgana getting trapped in that watchtower as we were discussing earlier on Neptune, and this is going to be a GG for him. Oh my lord! But it was Yadov that got taken down by Cyborg from afar, and Mark needs to get picked up. Morgana does not have enough time, and he has to play survival now for those placement points on behalf of Bloody Head.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but it's still a good position for Morgana right now. A little bit too far from the rest of the teams. And as we mentioned earlier, Vede Esports is going against Equinox right there. They have been gatekept. And McRory once again with that Hobie against Yeah Boy and eliminating him with another one. Morgana right now making his flank hopefully not too near, because it is Eva Radicals right there who's just waiting, and still 4-man strong. Cyber on the other hand going in for the hit, but it is a squeeze by Tanamo and the rest of Radicals and Vindicators as well. Vede Esports might be in the pinch, AJ.
Oh, Aguila, look at him going and flirting with the players of Wayday Esports. And this is a GG for Wayday Esports. Equinox going after them. VDR going after them. Eva Radicals know exactly where they are. Everybody wants a piece of Wayday Esports. And Wayday Esports can't handle it as they get eliminated. And now, Vindicators, are they going to be able to survive this? They've just played outside of the safe zone a little bit too long. Need to squeeze on in there. Zeo getting knocked down onto the ground. Cyborg as well as Unknown coming in here for the backup. Tries to take the back step against Thanamo. Thanamo gets out of the way. Barba on the ground. Thanamo will still be able to survive, and he shuts down Unknown. Kick him out of the equation as well. And Cyborg now, opportunity for him as he takes a fight against Zhao. Zhao knocks down Aguila. Aguila takes down Cyborg just before that. It's just back and forth craziness. But Eva Radicals picks up the booyah.
Oh my goodness. Eva Radicals right now with MVP and MVP of this game. It is Thanamo, and it's really, well, not really a surprise. They have been showing up already on the first of the previous round that they have. But one thing that really surprised me earlier, it is Equinox right there, Xiao, who's able to survive the heat against Wayday Esports. And I'm seeing a shout out to admin Skylar right there coming from the teams. So I mean, I really love how this game ended and how it progresses from the start up until this time, because a lot of teams still excitement from the start to the finish from just that round.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, once again, a shout out to Skylar. You must be an amazing moderator because, you know, you're getting shout outs for those players as well, right? So you get a little bit from Neptune and I as well, all right? But here's the thing. We asked a simple question, Neptune, and the question was, what would the fight be between Wayday Esports as well as the one and only Eva Radicals if Eva Radicals had a full squad on their side? And then this time round, it was not really a 1 versus 1 in terms of the squads going up against each other, because Wayday Esports, they were caught out in I think 3 teams were trying to shoot them down all at the same time. As soon as they found out, oh goodness me, Wayday Esports is in front there. And after they have performed so well in the previous round, there was no way these teams were going to allow them to run away with anything, right? And all of those fires got focused on in there. Aguila was just so daring to take that bike, go straight up to the players of Wayday Esports, and not really to shoot them or whatsoever, just to pull away some of that firepower, whilst all of the rest of their players just rained down those bullets at them, right? Eva Radicals, they saw the opportunity, they took it, and, you know, there's just nothing more we can ask for. It's just Group C picking up the top spot. We're not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I wouldn't say it is an advantage of being the last team who jumped in onto this horse and seen already how Group A and Group B perform, but it's just more on the team's performance indeed. I mean, you've seen them going in on a early engagement, also on the final engagement, how they rotate, how they coordinate. It's just absolutely perfect. Well, there's still more to improve, but I would say it's very, very, very good for these teams. And we would like, again, this is the Challengers Philippines. We'd like to challenge more of the teams right here who's not performing to perform better and show us more, because this is your chance, guys. You need to replace these teams, the top teams, from our minds and build up another story that we will love to shout and talk about during the tournament.
It's, if you don't, we will definitely say your names. But, you know, jokes aside, you know, it's great to see that, you know, we have been able to keep an eye out for some of these teams, and they've just been able to prove themselves time and time again, right? And I guess to the teams that are not able to perform, this is something that they can definitely take some inspiration from, because, you know, teams like Eva Radicals, Wayday Esports, these may be new names that we are, you know, being accustomed to in terms of the squad, but in terms of those players, they are no strangers to the pro scene for Free Fire Esports in the Philippines. These are all very, very familiar, very, very popular names who have already been in there, and they've been grinding on this game for so long now. And to all of those new names who want a little bit of the piece of this pie of popularity that some of these teams have managed to go in there and get and be so dominant up there. It takes time to build up to that, right? You need to die in multiple ways in Free Fire to find out what sort of mistakes you're not supposed to be making. And it's a different story altogether when you're going in there for a ranked match and stepping into the pro scene, because the kind of shots that you have to face from some of these players, the kind of nades that you have to go up against when you meet McRory out there on the battlefield, a whole other level of gameplay, nephew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if in RGs or ranked games you will able to survive zigzagging all along trying to get away, this time that might not be the case. I mean, they know where you're going, they know where you're stepping, and they know where to aim and shoot. So, I mean, you need to think those strategies and like put yourself in those shoes, watch the games, watch the tournament, like other tournaments as well as this one, replay this after this day, and then review what you can do to avoid them or what you can do to go against them. And this is what this is for, and that's what we are here for as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the play from AKO Ligers, for example, they have made it a thing for themselves to drop in the mid segment of that map almost each and every single time they've gone in there for the flight, right? They anticipate the circle to come towards the mid segment of the map, and that just makes the rotations for them a little bit more easier. And the middle part of the map is not really a focus area for a lot of these teams. They prefer the outskirts because the probability of coming across another team is just so much more lesser. And a strategy like this cannot be executed by just anybody, right? You need to be a supreme team because these are potentially hot drops as well. Because for now, AKO Ligers are lucky in a way whereby not many of those teams are going in there for these mid-map hot drops. But soon, they will start to catch on. Soon, they will see exactly how cheeky AKO Ligers are in the mid-segment of the map, as they always seem to spread apart. And, it's just a matter of time before someone catch up with that strategy, right? Which is why we were kind of talking about this earlier on at the start of the day as well, nephew. You want to bring in your strategies into the games in a couple fashion, right? You can pull them off back to back, but third round in there, you want to switch it up a little bit. You want to keep the opponents guessing as to what sort of a strategy are you going to be dropping in for this time round, because the moment you get readable is the moment where your team can just say bye-bye to that number one spot.
Yeah, I mean, it beats as well the concept of battle royale, the dynamics, because if you will be expected, then we've already lost. I mean, you already lost that, because battle royale is so dynamic. There's no chance that you will be going in against. Well, I mean, there's a very little chance that you'll be going in against the same team and the same fashion at the same at the same spot at the same time of the round. So it's very dynamic. The rotations need to be dynamic as well as your tactics. So as AG mentioned, yes, you can do it for once, twice, but not really every time. As we look into the round standing right now for match number 4, and taking the first rank in this match, it is Eva Radicals with a total of 25 points. Once again, 12 placement points and 13 kill points. Well, booyah, this really brings them up onto the leaderboards, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But, in that final battle there, the one that brought the most, impact was Eklog from the Vindicators, because it was that one grenade that he tossed in that took down 2 players from the side of Weite Esports. He knocked them onto the ground. But Eva Radicals, the one and only Tanamo, who was already sniping from afar, he stole those 2 kills, man. He took those 2 kills away from Equinox, and it's all in the name of just grabbing that number 1 spot, right? Almost picking up the most number of points in the day, getting very, very close to Go Willem Views, who initially got 27 points in that first round. This time, only 25. The Vindicators, of course, picking up that second spot with a total of 12 points, a long, long way away from Eva Radicals, and that just shows the quality of Eva Radicals in this round. Bloody Head, look at the bloody consistency, my friend. They have improved, they have stepped it up, and they are trying to just strive to be up top in the top 5. Good luck to them. Hopefully they will be able to maintain this for a while. Equinox getting the 11 points, a majority of it coming in from placements. They wouldn't have been happy with the steal that came through from Tanamo, but
Yeah.
in the final circle, it's all about who's the most composed, right? Because they got the knock, but they didn't follow up with those skills because of all of the chaos. But Tanamo, the guy was so far away, he was just looking, scoping down, hard scoping, taking one kill after the other. Just the biggest winner overall. And Vete Esports, I guess the saddest ones in this round. They thought they were able to get the win back to back, but just a little bit too early of a shutdown in the 5th spot with a total of 10 points, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite surprised about the position of Beta Esports because they have a good position. We were talking about that they are trying to go against or behind Equinox right there because Equinox is already gatekeeping another team. Unfortunately, Beta Esports was stuck in there out in the open, not like no cover at all apart from the trees and the glue walls, and they weren't able to reach that fence. I mean that area, that compound. But going back into this game, so a recap of the 4 maps that we've seen so far. Round number 1, once again, has been taken by Gavilam Wills. It was in Bermuda, and Kalahari has been taken by VPH Velocity. This time on round number 3, on Group BNC, it is Veda Esports from Bermuda and Eva Radicals from Kalahari. 2 of the teams from Group C that really shows us a lot of potentials, and we'll have to see more of other teams. We like this dynamics, different teams taking the win every time. This is what we love, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Oh, and even Radicals jumping up to the number 1 spot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just maintaining things there. AKO Ligers with the 44 points, just 3 points away from them. Bloody Head with the beautiful consistency. I love seeing that early in the competition. 37 points, the 3rd spot. The Vindicators, are they going to be able to vindicate themselves from some of these just, lackluster rounds? But overall, getting 36 points, sitting down in that 4th spot is something that they are most definitely going to be proud of. But what they're not going to be too comfortable with is they're just way too close with some of these other teams, right? VPH Velocity sitting down in their 5th place with the 35 points. Close to them, Vete Esports with the 34 points. But we also have to remember, for teams like Eva Radicals as well as Vete Esports, my friend, they have 2 more rounds. Eva Radicals have 2 more rounds, and they're already in the number 1 spot. That's all I want to say, sir.
Yeah, I mean, they've already proven themselves in there. Now, those on Group B right there will have to rest because they've already went in for 4 rounds. If they haven't proven themselves just yet, then I'll have to redo some of the tactics that they have and do it for another day. This time, it is a chance for Group A to go back into the scene. Hopefully they'll learn a lot from what we've seen so far in these games on round number 3 and 4 and try to rethink their tactics to go against group letter C, wherein we've already seen the difference that they've done in these series when they jumped in on these games.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, just crazy stuff coming through, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the league stage of the Free Fire Challenges Philippines Season 1, sponsored by the one and only Infinix. Crazy stuff, mainly because of what Eva Radicals is proving on in here and just keeping the pressure onto all of these teams. And Group C most definitely is starting to look like the group of death. But of course, we cannot know that for certain. We have to see a little bit more of consistency from these teams as well. But of course, overall MVP for the round number 3 and 4 is the one and only Aguila from Eva Radicals. 2,487 on the damage, 9 kills in comparison to the 10 kills that we saw earlier on coming through from the one and only Embalori. His hit rate in comparison to Embalori, on the other hand, my friend, oh my goodness me. How in the world do you secure this? The trigger discipline on Aguila is so impressive, Neptune.
I think the vehicle gameplay increased the hit rate as well. Because if I'm not mistaken, it was Aguila who was just running over some of the teams right there and hitting. I mean, that's a huge bullet that you have between those legs. So just go ahead and drive up to them, and you for sure will hit them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, crazy stuff, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that we can, of course, continue to look forward to in this day as well. We do apologize because of, I believe we are showing you the wrong logo there of Views Govilam, but we'll fix that for you later on. Apologies, Eva Radicals.
All right, so here we go. So we've already seen 4 matches in this game's AJ, and so far it went for like slow to moderate and really exciting just on the 3rd and 4th round. But again, we'll have to see. Will it still be the same pace for these teams for the next 2 rounds? Because it is a different set of group, though. Group C, who really showed us, like what we mentioned, made a difference already on how the pace is going, is still in play. But Group A right now will be jumping in. So this is the first time that they will be meeting each other. And this is where we will have to find out what is in store between these 2 teams. But before we go there, me and the Mustachio AJ, we will be right back. We'll be going in for a quick break. So hopefully you take advantage of this time to like and share the stream, because we will be back for more exciting. This is the Free Fire Challenger Philippines, and we'll see you in a bit. And welcome back to the Green Free Fire Challenger Philippines. Once again, we are your casters and hosts. I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the amazing Mustachio AJ, and we are here to bring you the story and the action as we go into the next 2 rounds, AJ. And I'm really excited to see how this is going to unfold.
Eva Radicals. That's all I gotta say, man. I mean, our eyes are most definitely on them. Well, Vete Esports, they definitely have an opportunity to rise back up to the top as well. But there's one contender that's absolutely annoyed as to, why are you guys getting so excited? Because, Go Willem Views, we are still in here to contend. And so far in here today, Neptune, they are the ones with the record of the highest points on the board, 27. But as I say that, we also have to acknowledge the second round for them, not much of consistency. They only managed to pick up a total of 6 points in here for themselves. So the question is, are they going to be able to rise back up to the top? We also have got VPH Velocity in the weight as well for Group A. So that's going to be quite crazy. But of course, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all of this action, you know exactly who brings you all of this action? Who? The one and only Free Fire Challenger Philippines is sponsored by Infinix Note 11S, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A powerful smartphone with the Helio G96 Ultra gaming processor. You get to fire up your game and get this right now for just 9,990 pesos. And this is just mind-blowing. 120 frames per second on a mobile phone that's under 10,000 pesos. It's just crazy, nephew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really affordable and really great for battles just like this. I mean, tournament representatives really need to get their hands on this. Once again, Infinix Mobile is the official sponsor of the Free Fire Challenger Philippines. So if you want to fire up your game with the Infinix best-selling gaming phone, get it. This is the Infinix Note 11S, guys. This is the Infinix Note 11X. Just take note of that. No pun intended.
Are you sure? No pun intended then. But we've seen the action. We know exactly who these teams are. Who do you think is going to be able to be in that number one spot by the end of today, Neptune?
Well, I'm still hoping for Beta Esports to get slowly closer to that top spot. It's just they were really pinched on that second round, so they lost that opportunity on that game. But they have a chance to get back on the horse. But showing that how radical Eva Radicals is, and they are really not slowing down. They can hold that. They can hold that place. And you did mention about Govelam Wills, who was able to go in for the highest kill so far in this game. If they repeat that and exceeded that, then that's their chance for them, and still a challenge for all of the teams who's going in for the top spot. But this is just day number one, AJ. A lot of chances for them in the upcoming days, but hopefully they will be able to show it to us tonight, because we really don't want to wait on how much excitement, how much fun to see this fight these teams are.
Yeah, and this one thing that I'm looking forward to in terms of when we watch Eva Radicals. Are they going to be able to secure more than 10 kills in these final 2 rounds as well? That's the biggest question here, because the main reason as to why they are so dominant up there on the leaderboards thus far is because both of the games, they have managed to hit that perfect, that golden balance that we were talking about at the start of the day. The balance between the placement points as well as the kill points that they've managed to pick up for themselves. The first round, they pick up that second spot. The second round that they enter, they pick up the Booyah. The first round, they've got 13 kills. Second round, they've got 14 kills. This is that golden ratio, the golden composition, the golden balance for all of these teams to go in here and maintain. But it's the perfect one that everyone wants. It's exactly what Eva Radicals has been able to deliver. And now the question is, will they be able to be consistent? Because consistency was available against Group B. Maybe Group A might be their little kryptonite in here. Let's wait and see if or not that is true, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once you face off a different team, it's a different tactics. So hopefully they'll be able to go and maintain that. And we might see more tactics from other teams as well as we go and jump in to match number 5. Back into Bermuda, we're going to see the teams A and C fight it off. This is, we are getting close to the end, but hopefully these teams are still having their fighting spirit to go in, especially for those at the bottom half of the pack, AJ. We don't want them to be giving up earlier on in this match, despite of
Yeah.
how they perform. It's more of those teams who learn and outperform themselves before
Mhm.
outperforming the other teams.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Vete Esports kind of going in here with a play that is going to be red eventually. Once again, choosing to drop
Yeah.
into Shipyard, breaking apart a little bit. These are the kind of consistent moves that the other teams need to be keeping an eye on. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, WYS on the right-hand side of your screen, the one and only Trot WYS, going to take on a very, very interesting team in Monkey Tribe. Monkey Tribe as well as Trot WYS, the two teams that have not been able to hit the mark so well so far, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, at least there's a chance for them, for either of them, to make a difference on their standing if they will be able to eliminate. Hopefully, so one of the teams in here will be able to survive four-man strong. But here we go. Battle is already on. Gunshots from Navi onto Seika of Monkey Tribe, and as we can see, the split up of Monkey Tribe right now is real difficult for the side of Seika. Three members is down in south, and then one will be on the other side, a little bit too far. So if they go in a little bit too aggressive, it might be difficult for them because WIS or WYS right now is sticking together and getting their position.
Yeah, and if anything, this is the main reason why Trot WIS doesn't seem to be winning a lot of rounds, right? I mean, this is where trigger discipline really comes in handy. You need to make sure you are as silent as possible, get that information, and if you're going to go in for the engage, you need to kill your opponent or you're just going to face retaliation and you're going to give away that information as well. They know exactly where you are. And now look at the setup coming through for the side of the Monkey Tribe, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They might be able to pull a flank off in here. And WYS, they were the initial ones who struck. Let's see if they've gotten themselves into a little bit of a hot soup here. And yes, Shanks gets knocked down onto the ground by Pan Pan. This is what we were talking about. And Shanks is going to say bye-bye. Navi, opportunity to go in there for a knock, does not manage to get it. The trigger discipline was not there earlier on. This time around, he does not react fast enough. And overall, Trop WIS, potentially the biggest loser in this engagement. They still can turn things around. What they need to do right here now is stop fighting and back away. They need to regroup now, Nephew.
Yeah, definitely, and they need to regroup. But a good positioning indeed in here from Monkey, who's able to pinch one of the members of Monkey Tribe right now, and there's now balanced a 3v3. Oh no! Monkey and Shanks has been taken down already, and Navi and Ploki are the only twos remaining. I mean, we have Ploki, who is the shotgun proficient member, but they need to make their move closer or probably just peel out right here if they want to survive further and not risk that 50-50 chance that they have, AJ.
Yeah, if you're a team out there that's watching this right now, don't do what Monkey did. In taking one kill and then sacrificing yourself, not the best, idea early on in a battle royale. We're talking about placements. We're talking about, other fights that you can go in and take big risks like that. What was done by Monkey was the exact opposite of what we were talking about. They were supposed to back away. Instead, he got greedy for one kill and the guy died. And he's not going to be able to serve his team much more anymore in this round, ladies and gentlemen, boys. And of course, we jump on over now to Rev Aeolus as they take on a fight in the one and only Eva Radicals. And Eva Radicals, two players now going to go and take Fura out of this equation. Shotgun in the hands of Blake, but Fura pulls out the time turner as well. Still surviving. He has got the P90 in his hands and manages to spray down Vian. Are you kidding me? Fura, is he going to be able to shut down Blake as well? Blake has got the shotgun in his hands. Smart glue wall play. 1-2 gets taken down as well. And Rev Aeolus, they have got no idea what they are doing up in here against Eva Radicals. And all Blake and Benny can do is just run.
Yeah, I mean, they need to run because they've already two down end, but no, Blake right now is still going in for the battle against Eva Radicals. It is Viewer right now going in for the flank, but the squeeze is on coming from the resident teams. And there you go. We have Aguila right there with the grenade and Obi coming from them. And there goes the finishing touch coming from Barba. Four-man strong still. Eva Radicals still has their Dutch and still has the Bloodlust going in earlier on this game.
golden balance, whereas we move back to a team that's trying to maintain their own golden balance, a 2 versus 2 situation now, potentially. Navi, Plucky, opportunity to go out here and snuff out one more player. They will be able to meet Sekai, and the Monkey Tribe has been snuffed out of this competition. Drop WYS, they have got 4 kill points, but now with only a duo versus squad situation in the Free Fire Challenger Philippines, that's not a great position to be in, Neptune.
Definitely not a great position to be in. I mean, it is a good point that you mentioned earlier. If Monkey Tribe took out one already, pulled away from that fight, and then got a better position, probably gate kept the Trot WYS in this game, they might have probably lost this one, or yeah, not all of them will be wiped out, but they were too greedy, and WYS was able to make those adjustments, dominating that game. But that is a lesson that they need to learn for the next round. As we look into this battle, we have Eva Radicals right now, who might be seeing the sights of Beta Esports. I think, AJ, they are fulfilling our wish that the 4v4 happens between these two teams, because if Eva Radicals doesn't pull in that quickly, Beta Esports will be catching up, and then that will be what we asked for from earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, and let's see if or not those predictions might come through, right? And of course, AV Morris together with Chai in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, going in for the one and only AV Crusaders as they crusade around looking for a couple of opponents. They will be able to find a few in the name of Ego Oblivions. Let's see if or not this fight will kick off, because Black Angel of the Horizon as well, a potential 3-way battle now is potentially going to break out.
Yeah, I mean, but it's still a good position for AV right here. And, well, we'll have to find out as we are looking right now. AV Meow is on the tower, so hopefully they get the information and the tip, the suggestion, recommendation that we are keep giving these teams who's standing in on the watchtower. The moment that you get the information that you need, just get out of there and reposition yourself, because there are two teams who might be going against them. And I think exploding cars is not a good sign, because they have been sighted already and they might be in a fight in a bit.
I mean, the vehicle is most definitely one that you want to use to go and position yourself well. You also want to protect your vehicle as best possible if this is not the final zone, right? And this is most definitely not the final zone, very far away from the final zone. So they need to find these adjustments. Beta Esports, on the other hand, flirting with the safe zone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not caring at all as they slowly make their way in. Let's see if or not they will be gate kept by another team later on and punished. But of course, they know the mechanics of the game. They know exactly how long they can stay outside of the safe zone and still be able to loot up all for themselves. No need to rush in here. But you know, a certain amount of risk comes through with a play like this as well, Nephew.
Yeah. I mean, it's lucky for you if no one is waiting from the edge of the circle. But as what we keep mentioning, most of the teams right now get their positions on the edge of the safe zone. So it's not even a 50-50 chance. There's a higher possibility that they will be gate kept by a different team. But as we go in onto this area with Axis right now, and remember Lori earlier surviving that battle, and kudos to Lori really for Axis, who went in, got the trigger discipline and smarts to get away from that battle, but not really successfully because they lost 3 members. But hopefully they'll be able to improve on that and make that work as they go against some of the teams of WIS. It's Navi and Floki, the only 2 members right now. If they rush in tactically, that is 2 kills, 2 points already for this team. And as we look in here, it is a different story from the other side of the map. But back into the Axis, here comes battle, and Floki has been taken down and eliminated right now, and I think it's Navi, the only one remaining, needs to pull off and pull away and survive for the team, AJ.
Hey, I don't know if you noticed just moments ago as we were looking at the mini-map, Neptune. At Mars Electric, we are about to see a showdown between Go Willem Views as well as VPH Velocity. Now, VPH Velocity,
Oh.
they got lucky because the next safe zone just moved in towards their side, and they might just be able to gatekeep the players of Go Willem Views. So this all depends on what's the move now coming through from Go Willem Views. How are they going to get in towards the next zone? How are they going to be able to survive a fight against the one and only VPH Velocity as well? And if they do come across each other really early, that just puts Vete Esports and Eva Radicals in a much better position because they will be able to hurt each other. And when you are hurt, getting into that final zone, not the best of situations, right? So this is most
Yeah.
definitely an encounter I'm looking forward to right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that is the tactic right now. Vidi Sports jumping and moving from far away from everyone else. I mean, go ahead, kill each other. We'll be picking up the scraps later on. But here we go. We have Hive right now from No Fear and Escanor being hit as well. I think they're going for the rush against Ego in there. No trigger discipline indeed. If they just waited for No Fear to just pass by, they might be able to go in for the backstab. But here we go.
Oh,
the
GG,
grenade
bro.
coming from Ivan. There you go. The hit and the knockdown will
GG,
be
bro.
made by Hive, and the rest of the teams on the other side will be hit as well, AJ.
What was that play? And now Hive just steps up from the back, shuts down AimJ, who pulls out a very, very questionable time turner. And Jacob right in front, healing his friend up. It's No Fear going in for the shutdown. Jay gets taken out of the equation, and it's just Ego making the worst mistake ever. You were right, Neptune. No trigger discipline. Going in for the engagement. Jacob now on the ground. Escanor shuts him down. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is just the demolition of both of these teams. They are just putting on so much of damage on each other, but Ego, the biggest losers overall, as they get wiped out in the 10th spot.
Yeah, I mean, because no one will be checking this out. The circle will be closing in, the safe zone will be closing in a bit, and they're just moving their way above, just on the side of that bridge. If they just have waited, they might have taken down 2 on a backstab, and then they will be pulling in back for the pickup, and then that's where they can clean up. But Ego right now, they lost that trigger discipline, lost a tactic, probably excited to get a free knockdown, but the knockdown didn't happen really, and they will eliminate it from that game.
Yeah, I like the fact that they shot, but I dislike the fact that they shot different players all at the same time. There should have been better communication. All of them should have just discussed and agreed to shoot the final player, the last guy, who's most probably the one that is easiest to take down, as he's the little lost duckling that might not be able to get some of that backup, and they might have been able to catch them off guard. And once you shut down the tail, then you go for the head, and you just break apart that whole team. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's focus on in to Eva Radicals now as they try to get themselves in towards the next safe zone. And this is one of the reasons why Eva Radicals are always in front of others, right? They focus on playing the defensive in the next safe zone and not really looking for easy kills. If on the way someone challenges them, they go ahead to punish. And now look at Eva Radicals. They've already secured the corner of the circle. They might be able to put on a lot of pressure onto the players of AV. And now let's see if or not AV Crusaders will be able to get out of this, because they are putting on a lot of pressure onto No Fear. And as they are distracted here, I believe Eva Radicals might just be the biggest winners, because they can cut off No Fear's exit, and they can also go in for the backstab against AV Crusaders. Let's see who's the biggest winner at the end of all of this, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of winners, I think Aguila is going in for the pull right there on the other side. They're trying to creep in on the other side and just like pulling out. Whoever is trying to escape from AV is being shut down or being shut off by Aguila right there. But that is too much for him, because there's 2 members right there, and Maurice is still busy.
Oh, look
and
at Eva.
No Fear is just a Sparky. Oh, Sparky has been hit, but not yet taken down. But a waste of glue wall in this gameplay.
Aguila! Oh, Aguila is just doing everything down there, man. He gets a kill for his team as well. And now AV, they have to run towards Aguila, but they pull out a glue wall in front of themselves and they get stuck in a corner. Grenade, they have to run away! Vete comes through. AV knocked down onto the ground. down. Eva Radicals from the back. Meow down as well. Chai, is he going to be able to pick up one of his team members, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? He tries to survive, tries to chop up his own health, but here comes NF. No fear, shut down as well by Chai. He manages to take one kill before getting snuffed out, but 8 HP, and Chai says bye-bye as well as the safe zone takes him down. Mayday Esports shut down by the grenade launcher by the one and only Eva Radicals. That fight happens a little bit too early, and Fura will be right back on his feet. The question was, will Eva Radicals be able to pick up more than 10 kills to maintain their consistency? The answer is hell yeah. 11 kills in here so far, and so many prey right in front of them. VPH Velocity going in there for the fight against Black Angel as well. The perfect situation for Eva Radicals to interfere.
And there you go, Eva Radical still 4-man strong, and the rest of the teams of VPH right now is struggling to get away from this fight. They are trying to get out from this area because they've seen Eva Radicals already eliminated Beta Esports. One thing that we didn't see that much, but it has been given to us. Beta Esports going against Eva Radicals, and Eva Radicals was able to survive and dominate that game. Now, Tanamo and Aguila has been knocked down in here by 2 members, and I think it's a circle. It's the Red Twos right now being the shooter of this fight, and Barba getting the same as what they are giving out. VPH doing the best that they can to fight off Eva Radicals and give back to Eva Radicals what they have been given to the rest of the teams, the vehicle gameplay, and that slow-mo side jump that we keep seeing, AJ.
Gal, hey dude, this is your underdog team, man. Axis finally stepping it up, but you know, they play the game of survival. They want to secure the placement points for themselves. VPH Velocity, Binara just allowing him the save zone to take him down, and this most definitely is a win. And remember earlier on, Trot WYS, they got involved in such an early fight. All they needed to do was just play survival for the placement points, and that's exactly what Navi has been able to do. Worst case scenario, second spot. Who am I kidding? Most definitely the second spot. This is a 3 versus 1 situation. Navi will have no choice whatsoever unless he has got the grenade launcher. Navi gets knocked down onto the floor by the one and only Lori, and Axis picks up the booyah.
Axis right now showing off on this game. Well, despite of what happened earlier from the previous matches, the MVP Gal was able to show up, and Gal, Badchild, Nathan, Mr. Ong, and Lori right now, the silent but deadly, is here taking the booyah on this game. It's quite exciting how there are different teams, AJ. No consistent teams are taking the booyah for each matches. This is what we love about these teams, and how this will unfold as we end the day is really, really exciting, AJ.
Well, the one thing I know is we are still going to have the same team in that number 1 spot. Eva Radicals will not be letting go of that position, mainly because if you look at the placement points, they're not going to be able to get a lot, right? I think they got taken out, in the 5th spot earlier on. But in terms of the kills, they managed to sandbag themselves. A minimum of 11 kills already on their side. VPH Velocity managed to overcome them. They had the better distance. They had the better placement, positioning. My apologies. They didn't really get pressured by the safe zone, and on top of that, VPH also had the vehicles in that situation. They were able to just drive circles around the players of Eva Radicals, right? But they weren't able to be that number 1 team that picks up the booyah because they focused way too much of pressure into taking down the players of Eva Radicals that they went into that final zone just with the 2 on their side. And, you know, Axis picking up the victory at the end of the day seems to have benefited the team of Eva Radicals so much because there's no way in hell Axis is going to be able to maintain that number 1 spot with just so few kills on their side.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you want to overtake them, it's more of the top 6, top 5 teams who has a better chance to do that today or probably in the next day or 2 days. But for those at the bottom, they have a chance to go and stir up the middle of the pack, but it wouldn't take down Eva Radicals from the top spot right there. And the number of kills that they have, it's still a good position that they had in there. I mean, position on the placement, though, it's just a disadvantage for them being killed outside of the zone, and I mean, they missed the timing of moving
Yeah.
in onto the circle. And the final circle as well is in the water. So
Yep.
how will you be able to put yourself in that area if you're a little bit too late in pulling out?
Yeah, and you know that was a good all-out commitment coming through from the side of VPH Velocity as well, because they had to bag the most against Eva Radicals, because of the exact point that you just brought out, right? Even if they had tried to go in for that early rotation, what would have happened is they needed to now cross that body of water. They would have had to then start fighting against two other teams who are across the river, and they also have to face a very, very strong team in the name of Eva Radical. So overall, that was the best decision on the side of VPH Velocity in terms of just maintaining some points on the board for themselves and trying their best to not get knocked down way too early, right? So very solid plays coming through from all of these guys. But Eva Radicals, they were almost in there for that consistency. They were almost in there to pick up the best win of all. I mean, they even shut down Weite Esports after a very entertaining early wraparound, taking two teams at the same time. Under the bridge, Aguila solo plays Neptune. I mean, they're forcing us to talk about them, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, this one way for teams to be talked about. I mean, the Radical
Yeah.
gameplays already. They already have the name
Yeah.
in there, and then matching it with the game style that they have. So what else can we say about? I mean, what else can we not say about them? Because there's a lot that they have been showing us.
Yeah. Trot WYS. Very, very smart plays from Navi. I didn't expect much from Trot WYS after the performance from today. You cannot blame me, all right? But the guy managed to sneak in there for those placement points, which just gets me questioning as to why could they not place better in the previous rounds as well. What has Trot WYS been doing wrong in terms of getting into that final zone? They just need to figure it out, and maybe they just need to allow the navigation, the guidance into that final zone. They need to put that responsibility into the hands of Navi, because he most definitely knows how to get from one end of the map into the other, right? But in terms of the engagements that Trot WYS has been taken so far, we kind of saw that earlier on as well, right? No trigger discipline, Neptune, and they will pay a high price if that continues in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, that happened to a team who's not, who I would say, in the same position that they have on the leaderboard. What more if it happens to a team who's on the top three and who's really accurate and aggressive against them? So it might not have lasted that long. If I'm not mistaken, that was 2-3 minutes before they pulled out. But it might just have been a few seconds and they will be eliminated if they don't work on those trigger discipline as well as the tactics, choosing who to fight, when to fight, and how to fight. Those are the three questions that they need to think before going in for the battle.
Yeah, no trigger discipline is one thing. The very questionable decision by Monkey to stand out in the open, to take one kill and then die right after that was very, very disappointing, right? Because I mean, that's the last thing you want to do. And in a situation like that, where you already know you are one man down, getting one kill point is not going to be making a huge difference for your team. Unless you are super confident that after losing one man, there's no way you're going to do anything better than, the top 10. And you're like, okay, even one kill point is better than nothing at all on the board. But I kind of have the confidence in Trot WYS, especially after what Navi has managed to achieve for himself. The team knows the map. The team knows the navigation around the map as well. It's just that the decisions made together as a squad is just very, very rocky at the moment. And Monkey just needs to step up his gameplay and play together with the squad instead of going out there and being a monkey on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the pressure of being on the last stretch of this day because they really want to get that point. Yeah, I mean, this is the first day, but like if you are competitive enough, you go in first day, see yourself in there, and you're down the bottom of the list. I mean, you will be disappointed despite of Yeah, there's a learning experience in here, a chance for you to get
Yeah.
better on upcoming days. But the thing is, everything will be moving. So the ones on the top, eh, well, they might stay in there or move down
Mm,
if they will be taken down early. But if you're at
yeah.
the bottom of the pack, it's very difficult to go in, especially if you've seen already what like Eva Radicals and Vede Esports and the rest of the teams from the top five has done so far.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You know, the term "what goes up must come down" is not necessarily applicable in a situation like this, mainly because of the consistency that some of the teams are, the consistency that they are able to bring in round after round, right? And in this situation, we once again have to talk about teams. I won't use Eva Radicals this time as an example. Let's talk about Vete Esports. They have, to a certain degree, been quite consistent with how they've been placing in the competition, but they just need to find a little bit more of that pacing within themselves, right? And this is the opportunity for them to climb up the leaderboards, but they seem to be losing out way too many times to Eva Radicals and Squad, and they just need to find a way to position themselves in a better spot. And you know, if you, I don't know how can you get this information, but you should at all costs avoid Eva Radicals if possible.
And speaking of Eva Radicals in the round standings of match number 5, they are still on top of the pack despite of not getting that booyah. 7 on a placement point and 11 on the kill points, a total of 18, 2 ahead from the winners of the previous round. It is Axis, 1 booyah, 12 placement points, 4 kill points, and a total of 16. Not far behind is VPH Velocity with a total of 14, and Trot WYS 4 kills plus the placement brought them there despite of having only one member. I would say when they were in the 9th or 10th team who are fighting it out on this round, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Eva Radicals, this is something that we just talked about, right? There's no way in hell, even if they got taken down so early, they're not going to be in that number 1 spot. And Axis just did them such a huge favor, not allowing VPH Velocity to cross that body of water. And, you know, overall, it's just the RNG gods blessing Eva Radicals as well with such a setup. You know, Eva Radicals, they wouldn't have been able to win the game by getting the booyah overall. I mean, it's okay. It's quite hard to say that as well, because with the long-range engagement, if it wasn't for VPH Velocity, I believe Eva Radicals would have still been the bigger winners of this particular lobby, right? Because they are so solid with the close range as well as those long-range engagements, which just makes them so dangerous. But look at this, man. None of those teams anywhere near their kill points, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of the aggressiveness they have and positioning that they can get themselves into. Like I would say, example for Aguila, they got a better position. They anticipated already where some of the teams who are being shot at. They didn't go in against AV, and that is not surprise. I mean, for some, they will attempt to go in against AV and get that backstab, but they went in for the other team who is already on the pinch and trying to cut off their exit strategy, and that is where they really got a lot more of those skills and then went back against AV and got more.
And Eva Radicals, 3 rounds back to back. They have managed to go in here and prove themselves. And 3 rounds back to back, 2 of those rounds, they managed to get into that number 1 spot. And 1 with a booyah, 1 without a booyah. That is the first game, by the way, that has broken the tradition. Because so far with the 4 matches, each and every single team that has managed to get that number 1 spot has also gotten the booyah. And Eva Radicals just proving that they are still going to be able to maintain dominance even without the booyah, because they can bring in the consistency when it comes to those gunfights with those engagements. They're very aggressive. I mean, I think we were using the wrong team as an example. Remember earlier on we said, if you want a hot drop and you want to take, you want to split up, you got to be a team like AKO Ligers. Nah, let's switch that up a little bit. You got to be a team like Eva Radicals. You got to be an Aguila. So the agility on this guy is absolutely insane. He was in a situation where it was a 3-on-1. And he was not shaken. He had the double vectors in hand. He guy just went there and said, "Hi, can I please join this party?" And he just disturbed their play so much, and they were just the bigger winners overall, nephew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we mentioned earlier as well. I think it's the start of one of the map. I think this is the second map that they went into where Intanamo already picked up a gun, really didn't loot that much, and then was able to go in
Yeah.
and take down two
Yeah.
members of the opposing team. So those
Yeah.
those decisions, those tactics that they do, the moment that you get a gun, you think, how will you be able to kill an opposing team, put them down, despite of what you have. That is where Eva Radicals, in the name of Tanamo, Aguila, Barba, and the rest of the teams, Ramiel. Have we seen Ramiel played? I don't think we've seen Ramiel
No.
play just yet, AJ.
Yeah, disappointingly, we have not been able to spot him, but I don't miss him. Sorry, Ramiel. I mean, I
Sure.
thought. I thought I would miss him, but I really don't, man. I mean, Furious really just stepped up. He has filled in really, really well, and he's just, keeping the tempo up for Eva Radicals. And where Eva Radicals sit on the leaderboard right now just proves how much Ramiel is not missed. But do not let that fool you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Ramiel is not your super sub. He's not the weak player. He's literally the slayer who will be able to come in here and help Eva Radicals pick up way more. But now, with the monkey trap going in here, they're just getting shut down one after the other, potentially looking at extinction right after this round. Pan opportunity, no trigger discipline whatsoever, allowing Ref Aeolus to back away, recover themselves, and take the fight to him. Pan now running with so little HP, will be able to get right behind this building. I believe there's a little bit of a medkit in there for him to pick up as well, but does not manage to get in quick enough as Blake shuts him down from afar. Now, Miracle, opportunity for him to stay alive and make a difference, just like Navi from the start of Trot YS earlier on. He was able to get 9 placement points, even though he was the only member left. Let's see if Miracle can pull off such a miraculous play, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, questionable move from Pan right there. If you will be moving away, why shoot first? He might have moved away and then shoot later once you get the cover, when you get a good position. But Pan, that was the end of him. And I think it is something that they have to discuss after this match, or while they are waiting for the game to be over, because there's still one more member from them. And here we go. We have Monkey, who's already being taken down for the side of WYS, and they're going against AV Crusaders right now. And I think Shanks is taking some damage jumping off from there, because they are going against Chai, and Chai will be taken down right now. And the flank coming from WYS, I think it is only one member from AV who's left, and it is Mimak right there, just waiting it out and probably trying to survive this game, AJ.
Yeah, Blocky might be able to just make sure he stays there, but he repositions himself just to recover a little bit of his health, as he knows 2 of his members are just below the position of Mimak. So Mimak's not getting anywhere. This kill point most definitely belongs to them. But Trot WYS, they shouldn't get greedy. They need to strategize exactly how are they going to secure this kill point. Because the last thing you want is getting greedy for 1 point and then you lose that, right? But thankfully, Blocky is able to strategize, and they move in together as a team. The trio, albeit, but it doesn't matter as long as they take all of these moves strategically. Yes, they've lost Monkey, unfortunate for them, but as long as they continuously be careful with their approach to some of these gunfights, they should be a-okay. Put the responsibility of survival as well as navigation into the hands of Navi. I think they're going to be all right.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good chance for them right now. They were able to survive with 1, why not with 3? And they're learning. But here we go. We have Let's Go right there going away from the party. He was stuck in the middle of Axis right here. And 4-Bits, on the other hand, is trying to distract the enemy team and giving him time to pull up that motorcycle and move away from that pinch. And they are now, Vayne Esports now getting a good position against Axis right here. But from above, I think hits are being made by Child in here. And let's go over onto the pinch right now against Vayne Esports. Here we go. We have Laura right now for the hit against Let's Go, but 4-Bits taking down Lori from the far end, and Gal right there was unable to take down another member, going from left to right and not really making a damage, AJ.
Yeah. Oh, Vete Esports. Axis actually taking the fight to them, and the underdogs just keeping Vete Esports on the whole. And now Forbits almost saved Laurie, but that was just did not come through because of the prevention by Gall. And now Laurie back onto his feet, and they can all say bye-bye to the player from... Oh my goodness, Vete Esports. Did they manage to actually pick him up? Daymoon now on the ground. Trip mine, smart plays coming through for Laurie once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And now Laurie turning into a bush with the camouflage, just avoiding those shots. Oh, let's go, just backing away from those shots, using the wall smartly. P90 sprays him down, and now Nathan coming in here for the backup as well. Vete Esports just trading it back and forth with Axis now. Axis, they do not have a great position. Let's go repositioning himself on top of the hill, and Laurie will get picked up once again. What is that, the fourth pickup?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things happening right there. Oh, Nathan, they're being hit by that mine by Let's Go, and that's a good tactic right there. But unfortunately for Let's Go, he's already knocked down, and the rest of the teams of Veta Esports is in trouble. There's only one more member for this team, and as we look at it, Axis is still alive, so not a very good trade for them. But Axis is still managing their way. They haven't lost. I mean, they haven't really wasted any resources. It's more of the positioning that they have and the advantage that they were able to get against Veta Esports, and that was a chance for one of the members of Veta Esports to pull away and survive this game. And Gal right there, actually for Gal, I was surprised that he didn't give out that much backup against Let's Go while Let's Go was on the roof, but it's still good that they were able to take him down and eliminate 3 members of Veta Esports.
Yeah, Forbits just trying to avoid the players from the side of Eva Radicals. Hopefully he will be able to do that for quite a bit. Axis, they have to be careful because the players of Eva Radicals are actually coming straight in here for them, and they might just have to get involved in this gunfight as they try to get in towards that next safe zone, and Forbits will be able to survive. Overall, I'm just disappointed with the decision making from the side of Vete Esports. Let's Go shouldn't have gone in there and teased them so much with the vehicle, and he already had some warning shots against his bike. It was the shotgun shots against the bike that just set it on fire. Initially, it was already smoking, and instead of just zooming away, and he could have gotten away, right? Because Axis wasn't going to over-aggress. They're not a great place in this competition, and they don't want to lose their lives early. Let's Go just overextends, and he thought that he could be the hero of that moment, but instead, it just turned around, and now, Eva, are they going to be able to pull off more kills in here? They are able to shut down one player from the side of Axis, and Eva Radicals showing Vete Esports how an engagement is supposed to be taken in the safest way possible.
Yeah, I mean, getting the good position, especially with Barb right now, just peeking and then shooting the moment that the back is turned by Axis. That is a good play indeed. And despite of being outside, I think they have planned it out already that they might be able to take advantage of them. The fear that Axis right now has of losing their life against Eva Radicals right now is really pushing them farther away from the safe zone, AJ.
Okay, now the nade coming through. Nathan outside. Aguila. Oh, time turner. Smart play by Nathan. And now he just needs to sit down in there and avoids a shot just around the corner. But now time turner by Aguila as well. And a shotgun shuts down Nathan. Beautiful kill. Beautiful delete. And now Gal, the final player left in here. Eva, they are going in here for the hunt. Time turner out by the one and only Fura. Gal, the backstab by Barba comes in here for the snuff. Fura drops Gal. Not taken out just yet. And then that is it, all over. And outside of the safe zone is where all of this action is breaking down. Let us remind you once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's about understanding the mechanics, the gameplay of Free Fire as a whole, understanding how risky can you get outside of that safe zone, confidently taking down a full squad, not breaking a sweat, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I love how Aguila just went under that glue wall to go in for that fight. But going to a different battle right now, it is No Fear going against Govilam Wheels. Who is Govilam Wheels from above? Good position against this team, but hopefully they will be able to not really overcommit in this fight, because No Fear, despite being pinched right now, going against a VPH. Oh, VPH, it's Fates, and Oh,
No.
down!
What?
Goes one member and Embalor with a grenade right now. Oh my god, AJ, what just happened?
Oh, Embalore happened, bro. The freaking MVP is back to pick up his title. And now he goes in for the hunt. And it will be Binada trying to run away as quick as possible. Are we going to see a melee kill coming through? Embalore now pulls out the time turner just to survive a little bit longer. And he will still be able to put on the pressure against Binada. Going in there for the hunt. Pulls out the glue wall as well in a point of defensive position. But now Binada's not turning around just yet. Binada waiting for the fight to come through from Embalore. Embalore loses him. Binada very smartly playing the terrain to his advantage, and Embalore has lost sight of his prey. But for how long can Binada stay hidden from 3 players of views? No, 4 players of views. They've got up with each other already, and this hunt continues, Neptune.
Yeah, I was just quite surprised in there how VPH was able to pull that off. But here we go. We have Binata right now being shot down with only a few HP remaining. But knowing the position with the 4 member right here, there will be carnage for the side of VPH Velocity because Wills will not be backing down. They need to catch up on those points, and that's what they're doing right now, AJ.
Yeah, you drop that beat, you heal yourself up. And, you know, it's just such a change of meta in here, ladies, German boys and girls. Not all of those players going in for the exact same skills. Now, Blake on the ground, Benny as well as 1-2 are still alive and kicking in here. And Rev Aeolus not doing too great in the competition, but overall, they should be able to get the better of Axis now. Laurie exposes himself. Benny should be able to snuff him out. He takes the shot, but we jump on over to the map view. And it will be the side of Govilum Views with the best position in the map at the moment. They will be releasing their drone. They are trying to get a little bit of extra information, but nobody is in around them. And that's a great thing at the moment, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good position right now for Wills and Rev right now. I think they've successfully taken down Lore in this game. We're left with 8 teams remaining, and I think Wills might be seeing the sights of Eva Radicals, but I think from the map earlier, we've seen them coming in from the east, moving into the circle. So if they are the first one, they're on the south, getting near to Wills. And also, there's one thing: the risky part of being surrounded by other teams and being in this map with the verticality and the snipers, it will be very difficult to get a better position unless you're higher against these teams, which is Wales really is not in that great or best position, AJ.
Yeah, this is the speciality of Eva Radicals. They most definitely can take the long-range engagement, and Aguilar always with the close-range combat, the teaser to go in there and pull some of these, distractions away. And now Ego Pepper, smart plays. Oh my lord, pulls out the glue wall, does not spot his 6, gets knocked down, and Jacob trying to stay alive in here. Twinkle almost knocked out of this equation. Fura from afar will be able to get a kill for the side of Eva Radicals as well. The question is, did he get the knock? The guy's been stealing kills all through. Even Radicals overall have been stealing kills all through. They're just having fun with this long range engagements, just teasing each and every single one of these teams. But you know what? That's the exact way they've been able to maintain the consistency with their kill points, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, being able to take a kill without taking damage is the best way to taking a kill. And there goes Antino has been hit right there. I think there's an revenge against Barba. Barba has been taken down in there, but is now picked up. Now, 4 kills for this team. A little bit surprising for Eva Radicals right now, but I think they will be doing more the moment they have a better position in this map, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, Aguila just repositioning himself. Eva Radicals in an all-right spot right now. And, of course, Rev Aeolus not in the best of positions. WYS, Trot WYS, they are right beside Ego. Govilum Views in quite a great spot here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But they just need to make sure they stay put. They are the ones who got in towards that final zone a little bit earlier on. Sorry, not the final zone. They got into the safe zone a little bit earlier on. And they set up their defenses. And now they should be able to shut down Black Angel as they take the fight against Ego. Rev Aeolus have been shut down by the one and only Eva Radicals, and Barba once again going in for the pressure plays. Floki will get knocked down by Wiz, and Govilum Views really putting the hurt onto a lot of teams here, Neptune.
Killing spree.
Yeah, Will's right now with Embalori and the rest of the team, especially Wiz in there with a backup, is doing some damage, and they are still 4-man strong. 9 kills already in this game, and they have heard us. They have heard us call for them to move up, and this is what they are doing right now. Speaking well, on the other side of it, we have Ego, who
Smart
are
play.
really not doing that well. 0 kills, but yeah, I think they're just having fun, getting a good position.
Brilliant. Oh! So close, man. Twinkle just using his friend as a little bit of a boost. Jay was his stool as he stood up there picking a shot, but he could not go in for that follow-up as well. Aguila just holding on to his life, and Go Willem Views are in the best position right now. They need to shut down Aguila. If Aguila can close this gap between themselves as well as the rest of the players from Views, it's going to be all over. But now, Go Willem Views, they are paying attention to the wrong team, trying to take these kills. They need to shut down Eva Radicals. And yes, Santino finally shuts down Barba. Aguila on the ground. Santino gets Barba out of the equation as well. And Go Willem Views with the 12 kills in here so far look like the prime team to pick up that booyah.
Yeah, they are answering to our question. And Tanamo is the only remaining staying outside of the circle, trying to pick up Fuhrer right now, but it's in a little bit risky position because there you go. We have Arfarf, who has been eliminated by the safe zone, and we have Santino right now just rushing in, but have missed the opportunity to go in for the elimination against Eva Radicals. Veda Esports finally has been taken down, but before being taken down, they were able to get a few more kills. And Balori going for the rush and the push, and Eva Radicals eliminated in this game. It is now left to Wheels right now, 4-man strong, going against one member of Ego, and there goes the booyah. Govilam Wheels takes it this time with Embalori with the MVP.
Yeah, Embalori, he is just going in there fighting to see if he can snatch the MVP title for the final 2 rounds before we close things off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Go Willem Views, Embalori, Santino, Sneak, Swag, as well as Wiz. Overall, amazing plays. And you know what? I have to give it up to Wiz, man. Wiz has just been the consistent player who has been so smart with the camouflage plays. I have not seen a player use the camouflage in the way Wiz has effectively used it to not just win her gunfights, but continuously use that skill to its advantage, right? Because you get a refresh onto the skill every single time you get a takedown. And it's all about the timing when you go in there for the camouflage. And it's quite rare to see anyone pull out the camouflage in the middle of a gunfight, okay? The Wiz kid most definitely knows how to get it done, right? And Go Willem Views picking up a very well-deserved booyah. But here's the thing, the team that we've been keeping our eyes on, Eva Radicals, they weren't taken out early. In fact, they did manage to get into that final zone, which still puts them in that contention for that number 1 spot as we close off day 1. That was the final round. And my, oh my, I am deeply satisfied with all 6 rounds in here for day number 1 of the Free Fire Challenges Philippines Season 1. What do you think, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, A-okay for these scenes. I mean, it started with a little bit of slow. I mean, it was slow from the start. 2 rounds, it was slow. And then as they progressed, they read already how the teams work. A, B, B, C, and AC. They really showed us that there's this, despite of the information gameplay that they need, they can do it in such a small time, and they can pull out the aggression already within the same day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, right? And Eva Radicals, they saw a little bit of heat as well, because just when you thought they were just going to smash out day 1, here comes Go Willem Views out of nowhere, right? And Group A really, just trying to put their mark in here. But what I'm most concerned about Go Willem Views is it's not the fact that, they did well. It's the fact that it's just inconsistent. They do so well. They've done so well in here today to pick up 2 booyahs, all right? But at the very same time, the inconsistency has put them, for example, in the previous matchup, they were in the 11th spot with, I believe, a total of 2 points. And, even previously, when they managed to pick up the booyah, they managed to pick up the first round with the most number of points that we've seen so far in the day, 27 points.
One round after that, round number 2, I believe they only got a overall 6 points, right? So, with the inconsistency that Go Willem Views has been bringing into the competition, Eva Radicals is not going to have a problem with this at all. I mean, you want to take away one round from us, go right ahead. We believe everyone deserves a little bit of time up there on the spot. But, they bring in so much of promise, right, Neptune? And I just wish they can figure out exactly where they seem to be going around, because they're really good and then it's really, really bad sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that is also, yeah, they had a chance wherein they were bad, but since it is identifiable which ones they're bad on, because if you're consistently in the middle of the pack and it's very difficult to find out, oh, we missed this, we missed that, we missed this, but
Yeah.
it's 2 rounds that they already failed that much, so
Miserably.
they already know. It's easy for them to pinpoint as to what the problem was, because it's either they were taken down early or half of the team has been taken down early and then they just managed to go in for the placement points and those things. So review of all the gameplays, not just to be complacent and that we'll do better next day. I mean, a day, a few hours to review some of the gameplays that you have is good, and then apply it the following day. Just don't wait for the weekend to happen before you review all those things. That would be a great mistake for you guys.
Yeah, that would be an unfortunate situation, because I've got a lot of confidence that Go Willem Views should be able to get this information, and I do agree with you, Neptune. It's slightly easier for a team like Go Willem Views to figure out exactly what's going wrong, because they just need to look back into the teams where the performance was just miserable and figure out exactly what went wrong, right? Was it picking the wrong drop zone? Was it meeting a team that they could have already pre-guessed exactly where they were going to go in and drop? Are they going to go and avoid this team? Are they going to, focus in on, taking some of these ego fights? It's all going to be depending on that. But, overall, this is exactly how we are wrapping up day number 1 of the Free Fire Challenger Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is not the end of the show just yet. Don't worry, we've still got the highlights coming up for you. We still need to know exactly who's our MVP for match number 5 and 6 as well, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there has been a lot that has been shown earlier. Would it be the same names that have been coming up? And yeah, I was hoping for a different name to go in for the 6th match, but Go Willem Views really are popping off. Like what you mentioned, either they're doing well or they're doing great or just not really performing, not really in the middle right there. So first record has been set, the highest kills, the 2 booyahs within the day, coming in from Go Willem Views. So we'll have to find out, will it be coming from this team that the MVP will be shown, but that will be shown in a bit, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it's just I believe. Please refresh my memory. Who got the 2nd MVP? Was that Aguila from Eva Radicals earlier on, Neptune?
Yeah, it was Aguila.
Okay. Yeah. So now this is a fight between, I believe, Eva Radicals as well as the side of Go Willem Views as to who's going to be able to pick up the MVP spot for themselves. I mean, because if we look previously, Go Willem Views did quite well, and then it was all the way through Eva Radicals, right? And that's exactly where we got our MVPs from. So throw your guesses into the comment section. I mean, your guess is as good as mine at this very moment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But overall, as we take a look at once again how things broke down, Axis started off Axis didn't start anything, quite honestly. Vete Esports started off something they just couldn't see through, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's more of I would say it's a little bit of overconfidence for the side of Beta Esports, particularly for the side of Let's Go, who should have just already got a better position and pinch everyone from Axis. But Axis really, I would say, an underdog that has great potential to go in and take the top 5 or probably the top if they'll be able to progress further until the end of the series, AJ.
Yeah, and I agree with you in terms of the overconfidence from Vete Esports. Let's Go made a huge mistake, and hopefully he, learns from that mistake. And And I don't want to see more of that tomorrow because they squandered a round which was desperately needed for themselves, right? And Go Willem Views outdoing themselves, my friends, outdoing their record of 27 points, the most picked up in day one of the Free Fire Challenger Philippines, and they outdid themselves by 1 point. They pick up 28, creating a brand new record for themselves. 12 points with the placements, 16 points with the booyah, 16 points with the kills, my apologies, 28 overall. But Eva Radicals maintaining consistency and getting quite close to, exceeding the 10 kill mark once again. But of course, this time round, they just didn't get as lucky. Picking up 15 points, I think that's something that they're not going to be complaining too much about. But Trot WYS, can we give a shout out to this team? They most definitely deserved it. I mean, they started off the day, they were not the best team. I mean, they got the 12th spot twice, man, in game number 3 and game number 4 as well. The previous round, they got the 4th position, and now they step it up once again in the 3rd spot. Trot WYS, they deserve our respect. In the previous round, it was Navi, and I'm just wondering, did they actually give the helm to Navi once again to lead the team into the final round? If they did, my friend, that you should be asking that guy to lead you a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you don't name Navi in there if he doesn't navigate. I mean, a lot of puns has been coming in from me right now, Jay. A lot of puns have been coming at me from this day. Not quite sure what's happening right now, but speaking of what's happening, this is what happened all throughout the day. From round number 1, it started off as Wills took in the Booyah and Bermuda. Kalahari has been taken by VPH Velocity. On round number 3, Veda Esports popped it off on Bermuda once again, and Kalahari has been taken by Eva Radicals. Axis, on the other hand, took Bermuda on round number 5 and ending it off. They started this, they ended this. Golvilam Wills took Kalahari from round number 6, record after record. 2 booyahs in a day, as well as the highest point garnered within each match, AJ. Golvilam Wills, highest potential indeed.
Yeah, and oh my lord, Go Willem Views actually picking up the 2nd spot with their day and night performance, let's just say that, right? Eva Radicals, of course, maintaining that number 1 spot, 80 points overall. And I have to say, what a start, man. What a start to the league stages of the Free Fire Challenges Philippines Season 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And look, Eva Radicals were consistent. Go Willem Views, on the other hand, they were just, playing well one round, absolutely annihilating themselves in the next, playing well another round, and then doing the same thing again, right? If they are able to find a little bit more of a stride in this competition, they most definitely can be a huge contender. VPH Velocity, I don't know what went wrong for the team, but they most definitely do have the potential to continuously step things up. Veda Esports, the team that I was expecting to do so much better today, unfortunately has disappointed me just a tad little bit, especially with that final round over aggressive play coming through from the one and only Let's Go. Kind of let us down. But AKO Ligers, I believe, are the most disappointed ones because, they had a lot of promise in here, man, with the consistency. But the consistency wasn't in the best of places, right? Getting the 3rd spot 3 times in a row, and then in the final opportunity, they managed to pick up the 7th spot for them, a total of 5 points. But overall, top 5 for these teams, I think they can be quite proud of themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good position to be in. And Veda Esports, as you mentioned, we're expecting a lot more from them, but I think that still needs to be proven up to the upcoming days that we have now. This is one thing that we like to commend as well. Bloody Heads is in there in 6th place, though it's not really that consistent, able to move their way up and get closer to the top 5. But as we were talking about earlier, here we go. The MVP of round number 5 and 6. Once again, it's coming from Eva Radicals, and this time it is Barba. Total damage of 3,100, 7 assists and kills of 8, and that is 1 shy from Aguila earlier, and a hit rate of 46%. 0.8%, AJ.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. It was either between Eva Radicals or, of course, the one and only Go Willem Views. And Ambalori is not going to be too happy, but the guy should have given us a few more amazing kills, right? I kind of feel like he dropped off the face of the earth after performing in that one round. We want to see a little bit more from him. Okay, wait. Technically, the 2 rounds that Go Willem Views did win, Ambalori scored a lot of kills. And so perhaps the step up needs to come through from the rest of his team members as well, right? You cannot be depending on your MVP to perform all the time. But Barber, on the other hand, has no issues whatsoever with his performance, because if it's not Barber, it's the Namo stepping up, it's Fura stepping up, it's Aguila constantly overstepping and most of the times getting the job done. I still miss Ramiel. I was just kidding when I said I didn't miss him earlier on. But you know, with the performance of Eva Radicals in here so far, Neptune, when Ramiel comes into the mix, what do you think the situation is going to be like?
Yeah, I mean, Ramiel will be their ace ace for this team, because he will be the hidden threats for this match. Yeah. But so far, I think they can go, as much as we miss Ramiel on this game, I think Eva Radicals can do off with the 4 that we have right now, because they are really doing that well, AJ.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you are enjoying all of this action, the ones who are responsible for this, the one and only Garena, of course, and our sponsors, our amazing sponsors, Infinix Mobile, the official sponsor of the Free Fire Challenger Philippines. Fire up your game with Infinix's best-selling game smartphone, the Infinix Note 11S.
Yeah, and it is sponsored by Infinix Note 11S, a powerful smartphone with Helio G96 Ultra Gaming Processor. Fire up your game and get this now for only 9,990 pesos. Imagine. You can get it for that affordable price, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, some of my moderators, you know, they get 10,000 pesos as a monthly revenue for themselves for helping me out. 1 month's salary for being a moderator. You get a gaming phone, and most of these moderators, they want to be content creators themselves, getting into the world of mobile content creation with the help of Infinix. It's just a no-brainer, right? 120 frames per second as well. I don't know, man. To me, it just seems like if you have the extra cash, even if you don't need an Infinix mobile phone, you got to go and pick it up yourself.
Yeah, I mean, you can use it. You can use it. It is very affordable. It's not, it's a no-brainer, really. It's not that you need an extra phone. You just take this opportunity that it is available, AJ.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we hope you have enjoyed all of the action from the Free Fire Challengers Philippines Season 1, Day number 1. Who I know for a fact Neptune and I most definitely enjoyed bringing you the broadcast. On that note, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only amazing Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. We are signing off. See you in Day 2.
fighting Alpine, fighting Alpine. Boost flame burns higher. Fighting Alpine, fighting Alpine. Know yourself, during undying fire. Alpine, 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 Alpine. It's Mr. Rocker, let's go. Send that snow monster back home, leave his team covered in snow. They don't really wanna go, always when we on the road. They can't keep up with the flow, on top we on go. Don't flop, get the jump on that poppin' up. They don't wanna fight with us, leave them covered in the
Snow monster, big bite anaconda, leave him under. The snow eat red rubber, big slugger, Mr. Wagger, he could never touch us. He's a bluffer, his whole team isn't ready. Aim steady, make him flop like spaghetti. I'm a yay, big boss, rock steady, really heavy, sending shots and they deadly. Come and get me, a penguin could never test me. Yeah, a penguin could never check me. Flying high in my chopper, he can't even fly in a tree. Alpine inside. Alpine, 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 Alpine.
When a memory is stolen, torn away, it breeds anger. And a person might do anything to restore what was once cherished. Even if they're not certain why it mattered so much. How far